My name is Erica Lorraine Spencer, and I remain subject to state surveillance and terrorism by the state of California that is operating a malicious targeting system, which is referred to as federal group stalking and monitoring via communication devices. And it is in violation of federal stalking statute 18 U.S.C. sections 2261A subsections 1 and 2. My website and podcast serve the public good by publishing evidence of the public entity's ceaseless engagement in a pattern of conduct intended to stalk and monitor via communication devices, surveil, harass, and terrorize an American citizen in concert with the people of the state of California. Documentation serves the lawful purposes of wide exposure, federal prosecution, and influencing federal legislation with policies specifically designed to punish, dismantle, and disincentivize an unprecedented targeting system by a public entity that acts in concert with the people of the state in order to criminally place under surveillance and terrorize an American citizen, which is a matter of public corruption in the state of California. Notice: intellectual property theft is particularly egregious and equally unlawful where the sole inventor and creator of the intellectual property is the targeted individual. Erica Lorraine Spencer, subject to the unconstitutional and inhumane government system of gang stalking, otherwise referred to as federal group stalking and monitoring via communication devices, because of which the intellectual property created by the targeted individual, who is, in fact, Erica Lorraine Spencer, as the intellectual property also proves, serves to establish via evidence and expose the existence of criminal surveillance and thus an inherent threat posed by the U.S. government and the civilian population sharing engagement in the unlawful system. Such evidence, that includes all of the content created by Erica Lorraine Spencer, images, videos, audio, etc., belongs solely and entirely to Erica Lorraine Spencer only, and is necessarily published online in order to protect her life, safety, and liberty as the targeted individual, who is also the intellectual property owner, no less protected from theft procured through targeting by a public entity. Theft of any intellectual property belonging to Erica Lorraine Spencer, which is necessarily committed while she, being both creator and inventor, remains oppressed by the public entity via criminal surveillance, is a criminal and inhumane means of infringement under all circumstances and not protected nor enforceable pursuant to any invalid or fraudulent acts of copyright, trademarks, patents, etc., including as it pertains to any ideas associated with or generated from the intellectual property or the intellectual property owner, Erica Lorraine Spencer, whether creative, business, or otherwise, nor does the intellectual property owner consent to any such means of infringement and theft. It is now May 16, 2025. It's 12:49 a.m. This recording starting at 12:46 a.m., 12:47 a.m. This is documentation of what is federal group stalking and monitoring as it's underway inside of an apartment, which is a facilitated venue and not a private residence, where the government, without your consent, and it's supposed to be without your knowledge, but the government's being documented and prosecuted while it's gang stalking me. But without your consent, typically without your knowledge and without any warrant or probable cause, is keep you under surveillance via the criminal conduct, not the personal, private, or protected conduct inside of an apartment, which is all activity creation designed to monitor, which is pursuant to surveillance, and it's also state action, and it's also inhumane, and it's entirely demonic. So this is Tracy Banks, license 9HUZ740, and the images you'll see while you're listening to what is audible activity of a demon who's an engineered light. Remember, blue tinted engineered light is filling her apartment at 12:47 in the morning in the dark. And that's not the product of the light fixtures that are outside on the apartment buildings, piercing through walls and piercing underneath her patio structure, piercing through the peephole and shooting through the window and the closed blinds and the window coverings to appear on her living room walls, to appear on the ceiling and on the kitchen walls where she's pacing, not walking about minding her business. And she's also doing so while you can hear the activity that's at a low volume. It's activity that is at a high volume, piercing through the headphones that I am wearing and listening to content as I am asleep. And this is understanding the significance of the demonic, where the entity is engaging in what are satanic means of targeting someone, and then your ignorance about that satanic nature, that satanic feature, and then all you see, for example, when someone is talking about a helicopter following them around, but you see the helicopter at a great distance away from the targeted individual. And also, common sense is that you can't even hear the helicopter. That's one example with regard to amplification. Amplification is demonic, where a demon is targeting you, and the noise of whatever it is that the demon that is targeting you is doing, the demon that is stalking you while targeting you with amplified audible activity, is doing so with a malicious intent to falsely depict your character, while you allege that they are harassing you, that they are bothering you, that they're stalking you, that they are focused on you even. And the demon that is Tracy Banks, who is monitoring her relative, that's why she's going to a mental asylum. She is gang stalking while she is in the kitchen that's filled with engineered light. And she also creates light activity while she goes from the trash can to the microwave, to the cabinet, to the refrigerator, to the microwave, to her bedroom, back to the trash can, to her bedroom, to the microwave, to the refrigerator, to the kitchen stove light to turn it off, and then back to her bedroom where she opens and, where the door's already open. So she's crossing paths as she walks in and out of the bedroom. So she walks in, and the door and the light she turned on, as she walks in, she closes the door as though she's closing it. Then she opens it back up. Then she closes it again. Then she opens it back up. And then she closes it. That's all light activity while this person is pacing. And you are aware that this is an upright cockroach in the spirit who is demon possessed, who's actually monitoring. And she's monitoring a federal prosecutor who is expounding upon the malice inherent to what is monitoring, which is where you are maliciously stalking someone, whether you know their name or not. And you're also doing it where you live, where you work, where you're traveling. There is no place where you are not engaging in the monitoring system, which is gang stalking by a demon-possessed population who are engaging in targeting in satanic methods that are fully provable, as I've already documented. The entity that's gang stalking me in helicopters that are amplified in volume and I captured on video so that you can witness that terrorism. The entity is doing so in a specific environment. So the fake sun is remaining over the top of my head while you see the helicopter flying in a circle miles away from me, but yet I'm also able to hear it in my office. That's impossible audible activity. It's also speaking to what's impossible, that the sun would be over me for the duration of the day, like I also document. It's understanding where targeting is being proven in an environment, and that targeting in that environment is also occurring through what is audible activity creation. Audible activity, which is designed to be beyond what the natural senses and what the ordinary person ignorant about satanic means of targeting someone is going to recognize or even think about or believe, especially when the ordinary targeted individual isn't referring to it. They don't know why they're hearing, I'm just using helicopter activity as an example, but let's just use Tracy Banks's demon possession as she exhibited in podcast this morning, because she is in the kitchen right in front of me, and I'm wearing headphones, and the content that I'm listening to, I'm not going to hear her opening and closing the microwave. I'm not going to hear her opening and closing the refrigerator. I'm not going to hear her opening and closing the trash can or the cabinet, or her feet while she's walking on the ground, because she certainly isn't lead-footed and Hercules like the demon in 55, who causes the ceilings and the walls to crack when she paces around like Tracy does. She is engaging in what is audible activity creation, and it's amplified while I'm wearing headphones. And this is a psychopath whose mental illness is proven while you're witnessing her gang stalking her own daughter, by the way. She's gang stalking her own daughter because she intends to psychologically torture in furtherance of kidnapping and murder. And Tracy Banks is also engaged in a litany of conduct that is already documented, and it is criminal in furtherance of what is murder and kidnapping. So the fact that she is acting with the purpose to target me, and targeting is not merely harassment. Targeting is the conspiracy to murder and kidnap with the state. This is known. It's already established in additional documentation regarding the collateral harms inherent to motivating, showing a purpose beyond just being a demon that doesn't need a reason. The demons in Units 55 don't have an actual reason. Their reason is that it's a satanic agenda to target me, and you don't have to personally know me, but Tracy Banks, the entity itself as well, even the demons that don't know me, motivated by money, motivated, incentivized to target receiving some sort of benefit, whether you are aware of that benefit or not. The demons are engaging in putting prices on the lives of human beings, including stealing content. And the demon possessed will team up with its demonic gang stalking partners and receiving no sort of compensation or no sort of benefit otherwise, in a way that you are able to recognize. For example, a demon is targeting because that's their impulse. They're wicked. They're also crazy. They're engaging in that, and that is satisfaction in and of itself. All the thousands of people that have been gang stalking me in West Covina, California, they're not going to get a paycheck. Well, none of them are going to sacrifice me, so it's not happening in the first place. But there's not some agreement where Tracy Banks is meeting up with all thousands of these people, every neighborhood that I drove through, and I documented their addresses, and I documented their license plates, and they are gang stalking. They're not meeting up with Tracy Banks and getting some sort of compensation, and it is beyond Tracy Banks. It's state action. It's the government's interest in order for me to be kidnapped. It's the government's interest in order for my life to be taken. It's the government's interest in order for my character to be falsely depicted as I expose what the government is engaging in, which is surveillance, one, and targeting American citizens amongst that surveillance system, two, and doing so in what are absolutely degenerate and depraved manners, such as satanic means. You have a bunch of demon-possessed people that are engaging in what is targeting, and it is exemplified while you hear what is ordinary conduct, as you hear it on the podcast, but while I'm wearing headphones and I am asleep. This is a demon who's a witch. She's practicing witchcraft, and practicing witchcraft isn't like what you're seeing in Disney movies when you're seeing somebody sitting over a large iron bowl and smoke is coming out of the bowl, and they've got, well, she does have a large nose, but they've got this exaggerated sized nose and a green face and a creepy sounding voice, and they're singing, and they're making melody to while they are making appealing and entertaining things that are very real, such as witchcraft and worshiping Satan and summoning demonic spirits. Tracy Banks is doing so, engaging in this witchcraft in the demonic environment, gang stalking me, and is also spiritually attacking at the same time. And this is the ability to wake me up from sleep, where I am recalling documentation. By the way, this is what demons are hostile to. I'm recalling documentation when I'm in the sleep state, documentation of the specific environment. I'm also subject to being attacked by Tracy Banks, who is, again, a witch who is spiritually attacking. So she's engaged in what is attacking me while I'm in the sleep state, and she's in relevant position in engineered light, gang stalking me while I'm in that state. And the moment that I wake up, it's to her very low volume activity creation in the kitchen. That's amplification. That is, again, as impossible as my shadow appearing in the dark living room, under what is there's no sunlight coming underneath Tracy Banks's patio when I'm taking pictures of the environment inside of her apartment and the environment outside where the fake sun's over the same apartment after 4 p.m. Now I open her patio glass door and there's shade. You can see the sunlight that's along the sidewalk, but there's no sunlight that's underneath the patio, and there's no vantage point where sunlight would ever appear there. But I capture that on a daily basis as well. Nonetheless, at this point, it's all shade, and as I open up the patio glass door, you see my shadow through what is light. Shadows are appearing contrasted to light. It's appearing on this living room wall, the same living room wall where blue tinted engineer light is present while Tracy Banks is pacing. She's monitoring, and she is the state gang stalking. Okay, and she's doing so while this engineer light, as I'm exposing, is present inside of this apartment. It's just a different color. It's just nightfall. It's not sunlight when I'm showing you her living room wall with two of my shadows on both sides of her living room picture in the afternoon. Well, this is the building where the sun is sitting for 11 hours. And she is also demon possessed. She's a witch, and she is spiritually attacking while I'm sleeping. She's also attacking me with regard to gang stalking, psychologically tormenting, harassing, terrorizing, while a psychopath keeps their mouth shut, doesn't have to say a word to you, is criminally interfering with quiet enjoyment. And doing so, what is the iteration of doing this with her co-defendant, the demon in Unit 55, who's walking around, does not cause the ceiling and the walls to crack, like she's creating an earthquake, like it's going to fall through, like it's going to cause the ceiling to start, to start crackling, like you're going to see paint and whatnot and concrete fall on the ground. This is the audible activity that's created while a demon is pacing in the path, and it's amplified in volume. This is the entity that's engaging in that, and it's also loud enough to be heard through headphones where I'm listening to content and I'm asleep. So that's why I recorded it, because you're recognizing the malice of gang stalkers. You're also understanding demonic activity that's right in front of your face. And this is a demon-possessed person who is sexually obsessed with me, who is spiritually attacking, engaged in an ongoing obsession with a desire to have sexual relations with me. And this is based on the sex cult that she's a part of, the Jezebel spirit that she's filled with, the perverted, incestuous sex offender that she is, because she serves Satan in her demon-possessed state. Sexual activity is the most intimate form of fusing with someone in a spiritual way as well, so that she can keep monitoring, she can keep spiritually stalking while she's gang stalking in relevant position. That's not going to happen. She's going to be documented as the sex offender that she is, but she's also engaging with a spiritually attacking. That's the component that you can't see. But what you can see in the images is what is light activity, relevant positioning, and audible activity. And the audible activity about what Tracy Banks is doing at 12:47 in the morning is audible activity that's not going to be heard through my headphones, but yet it was, and it was occurring with simultaneity to her low volume activity, waking me up from sleep while my ears are covered with headphones, and I'm listening to content where when I'm awake and I'm looking at her, I'm not able to hear what it is that she's doing. But when the demons are targeting anything that they're doing, such as flying an airplane, and even doing so at a lower elevation where they're obviously recognized as targeting in this airspace at this location in this zone, where the entity is creating amplified plane activity, that's demonic. Amplified helicopter activity, it's demonic. Amplified train activity, it's demonic. Amplified ceiling and walls cracking, it's demonic. Even the sounds of dogs barking, amplified in volume, it is demonic. And it doesn't even require the sound of the plane, the sound of the train, the sound of the helicopter, the sound of dogs even barking in the same way. So you understand what I just stated. So now let's go to what it is that you have seen in order to understand the supernatural feature regarding demons who are targeting. They're targeting while they're monitoring, and that is gang stalking. You are stalking regardless of your address, location, your status, your relation to that venue where you're stalking. The entity is under a fake sun for 11 hours over this apartment building. That's supernatural as well. That's impossible to naturally occur as well. That's outside of the operation of the natural environment as well. And so you're understanding what is entirely supernatural. While you hear the sound is not the natural activity that's created by the demon who is in engineered light, whether you can see that engineered light or not. I've documented it so that you're aware of it. This is what she's pacing in, and she's doing so as somebody that was awake while her co-defendant was pacing at 9:59 p.m. until 10:21 p.m. on May 15, 2025, and on May 16, 2025, she's doing so while she's spiritually attacking, both while I'm in the sleep state, in the dream state, and I'm also recalling evidence that I've documented, and the demons that are hostile while they're monitoring in the spirit, all right, engaging in what is gang stalking terrorism by engaging in interfering with sleep, getting me out of that sleep state, and doing so through amplification. And that's why I wear headphones as well, because you're engaging in what is conduct that's going to be heard while I'm wearing headphones is that which is necessarily loud. And but I'm also documenting what she's doing is not loud activity in the natural. This is a witch who is spiritually attacking as well, and she's also gang stalking while she's attacking me, and doing so in a malicious manner. Gang stalking, you're attacking me, but this is a psychopath that is engaging in that. This is the same demonic pattern of conduct that the government in concert with the people of the state are engaging in, and the entity is doing so with malice. This is again license 9HUZ740. This is the documentation while the shared pattern of conduct is exhibiting mental illness, and this is what is shared by the people of the state who are engaging in the elements of light activity, audible activity, and relevant positioning while their mental illness is being exhibited for purposes of diagnosis upon a criminal prosecution for federal group stalking and monitoring, where psychopaths are roaming around without adequate labels and engaging in targeting American citizens in this surveillance state. Surveillance that the government is maintaining, and it's absolutely demonic, it's satanic, and it is a threat to your life where you're ignorant about that threat that is posed to your safety, and ignorant about the fact that you are being targeted, and or you are aware or being targeted in ways in which you cannot define, you cannot explain, which is also part of the pattern of conduct in order that they can falsely depict your character. The entity does not get that from me. As you see, I document them. I document their pattern of conduct, and then the entity has engaged in what is the pattern of kidnapping, and then just making up criminal charges and making up information pursuant to mental illness that doesn't exist on my part. It totally exists on their part while the demon possessed project. All right. This is, again, monitoring that's ongoing inside of an apartment, and all the co-defendants are monitoring me while amplified audible activity is underway by a demon that's in the apartment, and her opening the refrigerator, the microwave, putting something in the trash can, walking around is amplified in volume such that I'm listening to content on my headphones while I'm asleep at that. That's nothing that's going to wake me up from sleep, number one. That's a witch that's spiritually attacking in order that I would wake up, and also to engage in what is psychopathic pacing, and this is happening in the specific environment, which is already in her apartment. This is a fool as far as evidence is concerned, because you are always mindful of the environment that she's in, and so you know everything she's doing is activity creation, and she's doing it with regard to monitoring on a communication device. This is, again, a sex offender that's doing so in a private space, and it's an entity that's doing so together, and this is what the entity is doing at 9:59 p.m. until 10:21 p.m., pacing around in what is amplified audible activity, and doing so with regard to what is, again, disrupting my sleep state, and doing so with knowledge that I'm asleep, spiritually attacking, and also spiritually attacking the one that they want to be, the one whose gifts they thought that they were going to steal while they engage in sex rituals and group sex, homosexual activity, all manner of what is sexual perversion, while Satan has them under the impression that they're going to gain spiritual power, spiritual authority, spiritual strength by engaging in what is nothing other than perverted sexual activity, which again has repercussions with regard to STDs and whatnot, and that's speaking to the lack of spiritual authority and spiritual power. You just gained what is a physical condition that's a threat to your life and health, as opposed to spiritual authority and taking any sort of spiritual gifts from me. But that's the entity that's targeting. When you're understanding what's the purpose of somebody driving a commercial vehicle such as RGS and HD Supply gang stalking me and they don't even know me, you're understanding the demon possessed. Okay, and what you hear in the background at 1:07 a.m. is the demon Tracy Banks, who walks out and more loudly closes the microwave, which is not going to be heard while I'm asleep and I'm listening to content. This is a demon that is, again, surrounded by evidence. Remember, it's happening in engineered light. It's happening in the apartment building where the fake sun is sitting over the building for 11 hours. It's happening when she walks away from that apartment, and that sun doesn't move over her. It remains over me, And that is also evidence showing that she is a demon, a sex offender, and a gang stalker, and an egregious terrorist that's doing so amongst the population that's gang stalking. And that's why she's going to a mental asylum while that malice is exhibited, and she is monitoring both evidence against the entity that she is a part of. She's also monitoring me with impunity. That impunity of a psychopath that's engaged in maniacal conduct, murdering people, sexually violating people, physically harming people, deriving pleasure from it. It's reminiscent of the documentation that you listened to at 9:59 until 10:21 p.m., where the demon in Unit 55 is not causing the ceiling and the walls to crack. The entity is doing so with regard to amplified audible activity creation while their demonic behaviors that are designed to monitor someone, which is pursuant to criminal surveillance that the government is engaging in concert with a demon-possessed population that is psychologically targeting in the same manner, resorting to demonic activity to attack those that the government is targeting for whatever purposes, and doing so with regard to knowledge that it's being documented, and to monitor the evidence, to monitor where documentation has began, to monitor where you are documented and you're already surrounded with evidence. In other words, everybody already knows that Tracy Banks is a demon-possessed person. If you didn't know, Tracy Banks is a demon-possessed Jezebel spirit, meaning she's highly promiscuous and she is a threat to your safety, and I would get checked if I were you. But not only that, she's engaged in what is sexual activity in order to engage in what is spiritually attacking people, attacking with demonic spirits, and that is an effort to try to control another person. That when you're using witchcraft, she tried that against me, and it doesn't work, and it's not going to work against those who are in Christ Jesus. And that's why I am documenting her criminal activity, which is not any religious right. When you are engaging in what is witchcraft in your apartment, that's a facilitating venue in a specific environment where the government is through you and with you engaging in what is surveillance that is understood to be monitoring that's executed in a very malicious manner, but is fully provable and is already established to be happening in an environment that is established in ways in which that are established and proven with tangible evidence. This is what her co-defendant in Unit 55, license 5WUB715, is sharing, and doing so in relevant position above me in the living room, and doing so while this demon in relevant position adjacent to me in the apartment. And as that demon-possessed person is hostile, she comes back out of her bedroom, pacing and doing so, and more loudly opens and closes the microwave door. You can listen to the audible activity of what she was doing before, where she doesn't have to slam the microwave door in order for it to be loud. This is a demon-possessed person who is targeting in a satanic method, and that's why you're going to federal prison and mental asylums, by the way. It's the same kitchen also where you've seen engineer light flying through the air and cascading across those same kitchen cabinets, where she is gang stalking. Impossible light activity is happening in Tracy Banks's apartment. Impossible audible activity is happening inside of Tracy Banks's apartment. She is doing nothing other than engaging in relevant positioning. This is a psychopath who's pacing incessantly and obsessively around me to monitor me, which is criminal surveillance that the government is engaging in with her and by her. And she's also doing so with an impunity, a level of impunity that's also relevant to how long and where she's going to be subject to confinement, and it's going to be in a mental asylum. And it's the same with her co-defendant in Unit 55, license 5WUB715. It is currently 1:12 a.m. Tracy Banks's license plate is 9HUZ740. This is a sex offender who's engaged in spiritually attacking. She likes to appear in my dreams. She is obsessed with me. She's obsessed with my vagina. She's obsessed with people who I associate with. I don't associate with any of those demons anymore. They're documented gang stalkers, but everyone that I was associated with me, they're not victims because they were associating with me in order to gang stalk me as well. They are gang stalkers who are documented on the record, but Tracy Banks is stalking in the spirit. She's monitoring in the spirit, where she is both, and then using what is amplified audible activity to wake me up from the sleep state that I'm in. Remember, amplified audible activity is my usage of words that I'm pairing together to convey ideas and thoughts in a palatable manner where you can understand what it is that I'm communicating, what it is that I want you to understand, and it is in reference to that which is also demonic. So while I say amplified audible activity, amplification is a reference to the volume, the intensity of that audible activity. It's a reference also to what is satanic. A satanic reference is that which is supernatural, meaning to close the microwave door quietly is going to be what is amplified audible activity while my headphones are on and I'm asleep, and it is waking me up. And I wake up and I begin documenting, and you will hear very low audible activity. In fact, the air cooler is on, and you're going to hear that as her audible activity is very much subdued, but while I am being woken up by it, it is amplified in volume. This is the demonic that's happening in plain sight. It's as it is in the analogous to the engineered light that's flying in the air, and but for your documenting it, no one is ever going to believe you. It is analogous to the demons that are walking all around and driving all around and flying while the fake sun remains over my head from the beginning until the end of the day, by the way, at one apartment building. Notably, that's where that stands out. And the entity is engaging, walking around in light where I put up my arm, and my arm has two shadows. And I'm standing under the sun that sits over the building for 11 hours. And on the inside of the apartment, engineer light shoots across the apartment and moves across the ceiling. And in the shade, my shadow appears in the apartment, on the walls, separate from each other, upright, magnified in size. That's the entity that's gang stalking and doing so at what is 12:47 in the morning. This is a sex offender. This is Tracy Banks. This is a witch. This is the exposing the practice of witchcraft. This is exposing the defeated state of Satan and all of his minions. It doesn't matter how many of them there are. The majority is you plus Christ Jesus, or rather Christ Jesus plus you. Okay, because he's the one that triumphed over Satan, over death. He's the one that did that when he rose from the dead, after being crucified on the cross, after having committed no sin whatsoever, so that you can experience that victory. This documentation, this prosecution, this exposure of the demonic, the spiritual, the dark spiritual realm is relevant to the safety of American citizens in this country, with regard to what's going on in this country, and with regard to how this entity is targeting people and then getting rid of them and controlling the narrative after the fact. And it is the Lord's will that whoever hears it, that you are aware of it, because these are the times that we're in. This has been ongoing for a long time, but it's no longer capable of going on in a secret manner. And Tracy Banks is going to a mental asylum for it. She is also spiritually attacking with her sex partner, Jason Isaac Fields, who is engaged in monitoring as well. This is somebody that's also engaging in what is this voyeuristic endeavor, sitting around watching me handle gang stalkers, sitting around watching how I analyze their behavior. These demons are sitting around stalking in the spirit. These are people that I will never have any relationships with in the physical. And I'm going to expose them in the same way that I'm exposing his sex partner. There's a reason why him and Tracy Banks were engaged in a sexual relationship for so long. They are of the same spirit, and they are engaging in the same criminal activity, by the way, and they are not different, even though two demons will distinguish between themselves as though they're different. Oh, it's different because I'm not trying to kill anymore. I'm just monitoring because I just want to understand how the targeted individual is in its equal. It is not the Lord's will that you are spiritually attacking anyone. Monitoring is demonic. Monitoring is of the devil. And there is no government program that is making it godly either. So I am prosecuting in the physical. I am referencing laws whereby you can prosecute a government that's resorting to satanic tactics that's relevant to what are malicious tactics, as you're going to address it in court. We don't have to talk about demons and Satan and all that. We're going to prosecute this under laws that exist and laws that shall come into existence where the government's resorting to such tactics in order to falsely depict the character. That's called malice. They know that you're not mentally ill. They engage in targeting you in ways that you're not able to define, understand, or even address, let alone prove. And that's designed to falsely depict your character so that that's a means of targeting you. And the entity is doing that with full knowledge. That's calculated. The entity is doing so while that entity is going to be prosecuted for that as well. That's a citywide effort. As I've shown, that's a statewide effort. And it's happening at 1 o'clock in the morning. All right. So it doesn't matter how long or how loud this demon closes the microwave. This is a demon that's surrounded with evidence. This is a high school graduate that is not understanding the legal theory that's surrounding her regarding an inevitable prosecution, and also an inevitable exposure for being demonic, for being a demon-possessed person. And it is for the benefit of the public that you are able to identify that. And there are those who are of this condition who are going to sorely try to appear as though they're not. But I want to be clear, it is only in a relationship with Christ Jesus where you are covered and sheltered from all of the wiles of the devil. All right. It is nothing other than the Lord's will that is going to cover you. And I want to be clear, even amongst the children of the devil, they are of their father, the devil, doing his will, even including while they're monitoring. And they're monitoring me because I'm calling out what they do. I'm exposing it in order to document and prosecute it as well. But I'm calling out what they do, and I'm calling out demons by name. That's why the Lord permitted them to do it to me. Okay, and I'm also doing that for your benefit. And also it is for the benefit of understanding false prophets, those that are going to represent themselves as being somebody that is speaking. They don't even refer to God. That's an idea, by the way, that's an indicator of a false prophet. Somebody that doesn't even know Christ Jesus, and yet they're speaking upon some sort of prophetic message. Secondly, where they are claiming to be speaking for God, but you know them, and you'll know them by their deeds, meaning the you are living your life like a demon. You live like a wicked person that does not know Christ Jesus, and but yet you're claiming to be speaking for God. This doesn't. I'm not talking about perfection, because we are saved by grace through faith. Meaning, I don't have a license to sin, but when you fall short, meaning you're not living a lifestyle of sin. You're not engaged in promiscuity as a lifestyle. Okay, you're not married to multiple people. You're not engaged in what is a habitual sin that where you're comfortable in it. That's the mark of those that do not belong to Christ. You're not comfortable in your sin, and you are humble to recognize sin as God has called it sin. You're not calling it something else and then saying, "Oh, it's just my relationship with God," and you can't judge. They don't know the Lord God. Those are the children of the devil. They want to create their own rules, and they are not giving any message that is from Christ Jesus. That is Satan, and Satan is using the guise of religion, okay, in order to engage in what is deceiving the masses. And there are those that are going in this highly deceptive time, where it's also on the venue of the internet to be spread to the masses, where Christ coming it's coming nearer and nearer, where he's coming back. That is Satan's purpose, to deceive as many as possible and lead astray as many as possible. And frankly, it is your own responsibility. If you can't blame anyone else if you are deceived, and you have first of all the choice, but also it is your responsibility to not be led astray in these times that we are in. And it's not as though those that are engaging in false prophets and false teachers and those that are harming, of course they're going to stand before God as well. They're not getting away with anything, and woe to them. But insofar as standing before the Lord God, not being prepared for his coming, it applies to me as well. It's not an excuse, and it is not going to be some sort of pass to state, well, I was deceived because the false prophet on YouTube told me that they're not demonic, in that it's okay to engage in that because that's not sin, and they can't really judge whatever doctrines that they're giving you that is extra biblical. By extra biblical, I mean they made up their own, or they're twisting scripture, they're making their own belief sets while they are living in sin. Sin. You know them by their deeds, and no gang stalker, no person that's practicing witchcraft, no person that's living in sin. And by living in sin, meaning you're shacked up with your partner, meaning you're living outside of marriage, engaged in a lifestyle, an adulterous lifestyle, a promiscuous lifestyle. You're a fornicator. You're engaged in debauchery. You're engaged in abusing drugs. You're engaged in what is gossiping and lying. You're engaged in theft. These are the things that when you are living in sin, I'm giving examples of gang stalking, by the way, is a calculated system of trying to steal from people. Gang stalking is a calculated system that relies on gossip. Gang stalking is a calculated system that's relying on what is defaming the character, bearing false witness against the person that's being targeted, and it's the practice of witchcraft. It's a lot of sin that is wrapped up in one, but nonetheless, I want to speak to the highly deceptive tactics of the enemy that is using any and every one, and that it's not an excuse to state that you were deceived. That is insufficient. The Lord is giving warnings, and I want to be clear, your protection is in Christ Jesus. So if you neglect to accept the Lord Jesus as your Lord and Savior, he is the only true and living God. He is the one that is giving actual revelation. He is not speaking through witches. He is not speaking through tarot card readings. He is not speaking through palm readers. He's not speaking through voodoo rituals. He's not speaking through false teachers. All right. The entity is engaging in what is targeting those that are a threat to that kingdom of darkness. They are the children of the devil, and they're doing the devil's deeds. They're doing his bidding. All right. This is what Tracy Banks has been defeated in doing. So she's gang stalking me, and I'm prosecuting her, and I'm also exposing her as a witch. She's not a prophet. That's why she walks away and the fake sun remains over me. She's not targeted. She's targeting me. And that's the case at 12:47 in the morning. And I just gave you a rundown of the demonic conduct that she just inflicted upon me, and I'm going to prosecute her for that. It's activity creation. And it's unlawful while you're in your apartment. It's not constitutionally protected because the government has no warrant or probable cause to keep me under surveillance. And this is, in fact, state surveillance. And it is happening at the facility and venue, very fully established already. And the entity is doing so while they're engaging in surveillance on communication devices. In other words, gang stalking me in your apartment makes it very easy for the federal government to understand who's going to be arrested. And it's not going to be me. Every arrest that I was subject to is a documented kidnapping for which she's also going to a mental asylum. All right, for but engaging in repeated acts of kidnapping with the gang stalking entity, the City of Ontario, the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, the people of the state. All right, the Ontario Fire Department, American Medical Response, kidnappings documented. The entity is engaging in what is a ongoing pattern of conduct, and they're the only ones that forgot about what they've committed. They're the only ones that have tried to steal evidence so that no one could hear about what they've committed. They're the only ones that are delusional while they lie to themselves and still target the person that is calling them out by name, by position, by location, by conduct, and by spiritual status in order to not only expose but to prosecute. And justice is going to include an inevitable diagnosis for their mental illnesses. All right, it is 1:25 a.m. This is Federal Group Stalking Monitoring. And AVANATH Capital Management is stalking a resident, an occupant, inside of its apartments while its residents are engaging in the pattern of conduct at the apartment complex, which is a facilitating venue. This is how you are sharing in the conspiracy to target with the government. And AVANATH is being prosecuted for that. So like I said, Daryl J. Carter's problems persist while the people of the state on the grounds are persisting in that P.O.C. with impunity. It is 1:25 a.m. on May 16, 2025. This is P.O.C. It is May 16th. It's Friday. It's 2:46 a.m. This is documentation of what is terrorism inside of Tracy Banks' apartment, inside of Daryl J. Carter and AVANATH Capital Management's Woodside Senior Apartments building, units 49 through 64, where co-defendants and demons, sex offenders, and mentally ill, psychopath, depraved individuals who are stalking while at the big ages of being at least 55 years old and older, while they're stalking with impulsible, audible, and sensational activity. And they're doing that while they are demons who are engaging what is spiritually attacking. And so this is, again, the simultaneity of amplified audible activity, rumbling. I guess there is some sort of large tractor that's causing the sound of rumbling ground inside of this apartment, but it's also occurring with simultaneity to my merely thinking about the patterns of conduct, including amplified audible activity methods. And so it's not a coincidence in this specific environment. By the way, when the entity engages in replicating what it is that you are, for example, when I'm documenting it, I'm also thinking about it. When I am documenting, I'm also in use of a communication device. When I'm thinking about it, the demon possessed are stalking in the spirit, monitoring in the spirit, and they're also delusional psychopaths, very, very inept, because they're being prosecuted and they're being called out for every single thing that they do in order that you understand how Satan operates and also how it is under no circumstances being impervious, for a prosecution for criminal conduct. Okay, this is criminal interference with quiet enjoyment, and the pattern of conduct is already established such that I'm not making up impossible light. I'm not making up amplified audible activity. The documentation is full of a body of evidence showing that ongoing ceaseless pattern of conduct, and it is underway at 2:45 a.m. where the demon possessed are engaging in the sex offensive gang stalking with the psychopath that was in the kitchen, and engaging in what is spiritually attacking me as well, and stalking with amplified audible activity inside of the kitchen, while she is engaged in gang stalking with all the rest of the demons throughout Ontario. But the ones at Woodside inside of units 33 through 64, those demons are going to prison. Every single last one in units 33 through 64, and Linda Reyes, you'll see her image uploaded in a screenshot so you don't forget all of the defendants who are being documented together pursuant to what is prison and mental asylums, because that's where they're going for the ongoing ceaseless engagement in gang stalking at an apartment complex where you live and where you work, in the two buildings surrounding me. And they're doing that as the government. The government is doing so vicariously through these demons that are residing at a venue, not a private residence. The government has no warrant or probable cause And there is no law that exists where the government can keep us under surveillance outside of any violation of the law, and meaning no probable cause, no warrant, no consent. You're being monitored without even your knowledge. I am letting you know that you're under surveillance. But in addition, there is no law whereby the entity is not only engaging in surveillance, the entity is engaging in what is a satanic means of surveilling American citizens, also those that they engage in targeting. There's no body of law that would authorize the government under any circumstances to engage in and commit gang stalking like it is doing. The demons in units 49 through 64 in particular are doing so. Tracy Banks' license plate 9HUZ740. Her mental illness is exhibited while the ongoing demonic occurrence of amplified audible activity at 2:45 in the morning with simultaneity to my thinking about amplified audible activity methods that these demons have engaged in, and I've documented it. In other words, I was just recalling what I just got through discussing in the podcast not too long ago, and I'm currently in the process of publishing it. But first, I'm in the kitchen getting my food together, and as I think about it, as I recall it, the demons that are monitoring, spiritually attacking your mind, by the way, that's what the demons are doing, sitting around obsessing over you. Heavy duty stalking is very real. Stalkers, creepy stalkers, very real. And these people are not minding their business and just going about their lives. They're monitoring on the venue of the internet as well. And they are falsely depicting themselves as being popular and normal and engaging in what is success while they have millions of followers, and they're engaged in monitoring people like me in order to steal ideas from people like me, in order to oppress people like me, in order to kill off and assume responsibility for creations such as the P.O.C. created by people like me. That's what the demon possessed are engaging in. And you're following those people on the internet, by the way. You support their companies and you buy their products. I'm not going to sit up and point my finger at you. I bought an Amazon Echo. It's convenient to have a laptop. I have a cell phone, but regardless of the fact that I don't talk to anybody on it, but you have one, and it's by a design that in this country we are in a position where now we are required. You basically need it in order to survive, in order to support yourself one way or another. That's by design. In the same way, in California, transportation using vehicles is by design because the state is gang stalking, and it's a convenient and systematic means of monitoring throughout the state as well. But anyway, I want to document that's 2:45 a.m. That's stalk with amplified noise. It's also terrorism. It's psychological torture, and it's pursuant to what is criminal conduct. And I'm also going to point out the demons are doing so pursuant to real-time knowledge. Even that knowledge is going to be prosecuted in the physical, which is the federal stalking that's happening on communication devices pursuant to real-time knowledge. They're engaging in monitoring all my devices. As I think about my documentation, I document it on my devices. Those devices are kept under surveillance. The entity also engages in replicating what I happen to be documenting. That's not a coincidence. Also in the environment that is supernatural, such as the sun sitting over the building where I'm documenting these occurrences amongst this population for 11 hours in the day, where at nightfall, the same impossible light activity patterns are documented as well. All right. So when I'm standing in the shade and my shadow appears behind me upright on the wall, the same height as me, even above my head, that's the environment where the demons are very much engaged in what is witchcraft, stalking, monitoring, which is the system of gang stalking. It is licensed, again, Tracy Banks' apartment, license 9HUZ740. This is a witch. She's a big age, over 60 years old, okay? And is engaging in what is gang stalking me. And that's I do know why she thought that she should do that in the first place, because Satan has deceived her. When I graduated from college, she was I already exceeded her with regard to what she is. She literally relies on sexual activity. She relies on gossip. She relies on getting some sort of favor through people that are under the same condition as her, who abuse positions that they have, who are depraved, who are corrupt, who are given over to darkness like her. But I want to be clear, it doesn't matter what your position is. It doesn't matter how low you're willing to go. It doesn't matter how much money you make. It doesn't matter what position you hold, what title you have. I'm going to prosecute you. Whatever department you're hiding in, I'm going to prosecute you by government, by neighborhood, by state. It is currently 2:53 a.m. on Friday, May 16, 2025. This is gang stalking, criminal interference with quiet enjoyment, while the demons are engaging what is that psychological torture that I just documented. With simultaneity to my thoughts, amplified noise is happening inside of the apartment, which is already established as a reality, a fact. All right, which is what is necessary when you're documenting demonic activity. It is currently, again, demonic activity that is criminal conduct by a government, by the way. It's 2:53 a.m. This is P.O.C. It is Friday, May 16th, 2025. It's currently 6:56 a.m. And this is documentation pertaining to the criminal acts of obstruction of justice. And this is honing in on the acts of obstruction of justice committed by the gang stalker that are the corrupt law enforcement agencies that fill the state of California, as I've documented specific agencies who are also engaging in that criminal pattern of conduct, while evidence of the gang stalking by such law enforcement agencies are missing. The evidence has been stolen, and this is pursuant to the gang stalking system, where surveillance is underway on the internet, on communication devices, in concert with the people of the state as an entity, meaning any and every city and county in California is engaging in criminal surveillance, and this gang stalking system is underway by the state that acts directly as understanding the legal theory of prosecuting a government that's engaging in criminal surveillance in the U.S. The government proper is gang stalking in the same way that the government vicariously, the people of the state, are gang stalking in the exact same specific environment, engaging in the exact same behavioral pattern. The difference is that the demons of the government that act directly have access to planes and helicopters, police vehicles, ambulances, and fire trucks. They have access to what are government of venues, which are again originally like government property, legally referred to as like public property. These are venues when you're understanding surveillance that's underway and you're legally analyzing based on the venue where it's at. Is it attributed to a third party? Is it an Amazon store? Is it attributed to the state proper, meaning it's a police department, or it is a county jail? It is a city hall where the government is literally inside of the building gang stalking, and it is the specific environment. And as you're also understanding, an Amazon store, for example, is nothing other than a facilitating venue where the same government is gang stalking, just going under the mask of a third-party group stalker, such as Amazon. You can fill in whatever brand, whatever logo, whatever company that you want, including the people of the state whose address, such as Woodside Senior Apartments, apartment number 51. This is the people of the state. This is a state actor. So just understanding the big picture with regard to what gang stalking is. It's occurring at all places, at all times, through the entity that is gang stalking directly and vicariously. And that entity is going to be prosecuted for not only gang stalking, as evidence proves, the entity is also going to be prosecuted for gang stalking with the intent to obstruct justice, which I've already explained is a part of the corrupt government's pattern of conduct. And the entity that's engaging in gang stalking with the intent to obstruct justice, that is criminally defaming that targeted individual, is doing so while further revealing malice. It's malicious to engage in satanic means of targeting someone and then at the same time engage in things such as criminal defamation. All right, engaging in things such as fictitious prosecutions for purposes of kidnapping, where the entity is gang stalking in the courts, gang stalking amongst the county sheriff, gang stalking amongst the police department, gang stalking at all of their government buildings, which are state facilitating venues. This is malice, and it's an exercise of jurisdiction under the law, state and federal, that they don't have, where they're all stalking. All right, and that's proven in the evidence as well. The entity that's engaging in this pattern of conduct is exhibiting malice while they're stealing evidence of them gang stalking me, of them engaging in what is exhibiting demon possession, of them exhibiting, serious levels of malice while they're engaging in the state system, as I expose it, as I capture pictures, as I capture video, as I capture audio, etc. And the entity has gone in and stolen that evidence, and that's also an admission to federal stalking. You are a police department, for example. People are taking pictures of you everywhere, and by the way, you're a public official, so this is something that is coming with the territory. Not only is the entity engaging in what is targeting by virtue of stealing my evidence, which, remember, when I'm taking pictures of them, they all act like they're oblivious to my presence. They all act like, oh, I don't even know that they keep their back to me. They keep talking to the people of the state when they're engaged in criminal summoning. They're doing everything but paying attention to me, because that's the guise of the police gang stalking, criminal summoning, when they are gang stalking with the people of the state. In that iteration, the entity also engages in criminal summoning in the ways in which I've shown for purposes of kidnapping, but it's also a threat of kidnapping when they are engaging in criminal summoning and monitoring you. It's not less of a threat, and it's equally unlawful, and gang stalking police officers are subject to federal prison, period. But nonetheless, the entity is engaging in what is stealing evidence, which is on its surface supposed to appear innocent. It's supposed to appear innocent. Moreover, innocent conduct being addressed by somebody who's allegedly mentally mentally ill based on the criminal assertions, the malicious assertions of the entity, but yet the entity has stolen that evidence of innocent conduct that's being captured and documented by somebody who is purportedly mentally ill. This is the entity that is conceding the fact that they are demons. Number one, that they are stalkers, psychopaths, closeted psychopaths, and every police department is engaging in the pattern of conduct in the state of California. The police department is speaking to what law enforcement in general, even down to parking enforcement, whatever law enforcement division, pet services of the neighborhood police department, they're gang stalking. There is no exception, and you're understanding that because of the supernatural means of an environment remaining over me. That's how you're identifying the fact that you are indeed subject to targeting by those who are demons as well. And those demons, they play dress up every day of the year when they put on law enforcement uniforms and they wear badges, and they're given authority that they don't actually have with regard to the constitutional framework that this country is supposed to be governed by. And the entity is abusing that and totally disregarding it, and it is embedded into American society. The terrorism that's underway in this country is literally structured such that law enforcement agencies that are engaged in the surveillance system are aware of criminal activity that's ongoing, sit back, permit it to occur, and then those demons go in as though they are creating some sort of maintenance of order and law and order, and they are engaging in that surveillance system. They are demons engaging what is knowledge about what's going on. They are demons and malicious psychopaths who engage in things such as busts regarding trafficking and drug trafficking, etc. And they are engaging in surveillance, and they know exactly what the people of the state whom they're gang stalking with are engaged in. And that's not an actual bust. Those are psychopaths whose malice is exhibited, and it is providing domestic terrorists in this country that we are governed by a constitution. It's providing them essentially a basis to facilitate terrorism, where we are in a position where we're actually conditioned to believe that law enforcement is necessary for our good, and they're actually here threatening. And this is not police hate speech. This is documented criminal conduct by the police. So before you get too excited about somebody like myself, and I have no history with breaking the law, I have no history of hostility toward law enforcement. What I do have a history of is law enforcement targeting me, and even that is not based on any sort of conduct that I am engaging in based on pursuant to my race. I'm claiming that the entity is engaging in surveillance, and that surveillance is also satanic, and that surveillance is not only what I'm subject to, everybody in this country is subject to surveillance, and it's a government system. Moreover, amongst this surveillance system, the entity is gang stalking, that is targeting someone in furtherance of seeking to kidnap and murder them, and they do it through the abuse of the criminal justice system, the abuse of the civil court system as well, where at every turn, the entity is engaging in a malicious pattern of conduct where you're exposing what is public corruption. And so this is about understanding how domestic terrorism that's underway in this country is actually facilitated in a way such that we are under the conditioning where the police are necessary in order to maintain law and order, and actually they are a part of the criminal system of surveillance. And those that are gang stalking the people of the state, they're gang stalking with the corrupt police department. The entity is engaging what is threatening our lives and safety, while they are aware of criminal conduct that's occurring, permit it to happen in order to permit harm and violence occur, and then come in as though they know nothing about it, are investigating it, are seeking justice in it, and they are engaging in what I'm exposing. Gang stalking does not coexist with what is ignorance of law enforcement agencies who are engaging in what are actual investigations about things that they know nothing about, while I'm showing you the hovering, stalking, psychopathic pattern of conduct, which is relevant to surveillance, not only stalking in my path and relevant position, but stalking and surveillance that's underway on the venue of the internet, massive surveillance that's shared by the people of the state, also facilitated and witnessed, identified in an environment that also is speaking to what everyone in that environment is also engaging in. And it's embedded into society where California is, as a way of life, monitoring with the corrupt government. Okay, so the entity is engaging in this, and the corrupt law enforcement agencies have engaged in stealing my documentation. And that's because I am exposing demons, I'm exposing criminals, I'm exposing corruption. And these demons are embarrassed, they're cowards, and they also don't want to be associated with demonic activity, but that's what they are. They're demons. And I documented them engaging in what is criminal activity. And it is also speaking to the corruption of the entire police department. It's not just that police department. You're speaking to the city. You're speaking to what I'm documenting at every other location. And the entity is trying to hide the faces of demons that I've captured. I'm getting them in relevant position. And even before I'm referencing and documenting the specific environment, I am documenting what the demon possessed are doing around me, as you're still able to, in substance, identify the elements as I've broken them down for you. They're engaging in monitoring me. Okay, and I've been documenting this as a matter of record historically. And the entity, including what is the Los Angeles Police Department, intentionally deleted what is a large amount of evidence from 2019, 2018, 2020, where much before 2024, where Michael Moore and then the interim replacement, Dominic Choi of the Los Angeles Police Department, are engaged in what is criminally targeting me in furtherance of murdering and psychologically torturing me, in furtherance of the state's pattern of conduct, Tracy Banks' pattern of conduct, and every other hitman whose name I know, because that's your position when you're gang stalking and you're in a relationship of whatever degree with the people of the state. Tracy Banks is a hitman. Jason Isaac Fields, her sex partner and a fake friend of mine who I haven't spoken to in years, is a hitman. Eric Spencer, this is again my blood relative, but he's targeting me with the state. They know about how LAPD is flying over me hundreds of times, as I documented in hundreds of videos in Los Angeles in 2024. And they're engaging in that pattern of conduct as an entity. I documented the Los Angeles Police Department gang stalking me in 2018. Officer Umana is documented in the specific environment. Before I referred to it as a specific environment, I captured that specific environment where he's engaging in what is referred to as criminal summoning. The LAPD is stealing that evidence based on what is a coward, a demon. This is somebody that doesn't want to be associated, doesn't want to be captured, doesn't want to be documented as a demon, doesn't want to be documented and shown as what is a gang stalker, and removing that history of evidence is also relevant to what the LAPD did in video documentation from 2024 and January to July of even after I moved from Alvarado Gardens in Los Angeles. When I would travel through LA, the LAPD were gang stalking me on the freeways as well when I moved from Alvarado Gardens. So even after July, this is into August and September of 2024. The entity is engaging in that pattern of conduct while aggressively targeting in the ways in which I've shown, in the inhumane and psychotic ways that, again, Michael Moore, this is somebody that did not resign. So this is terrorism, this is surveillance, this is criminal activity, this is corruption that's underway amongst a demon-possessed police department. The head cop, chief of police, is Michael Moore. In 2024 of February, which, by the way, is when I began heavily documenting, because that's when the entity started heavily gang stalking me in helicopters. Michael Moore, you might want to say coincidentally, but I don't, is resigning. Whatever reasons that he's stating are irrelevant when I'm exposing public corruption. But the entity is aware of being documented. And Michael Moore, who was gang stalking me in 2018 and 2020, as a matter of documentation, that the entity has stolen. That is LAPD's criminal act of obstruction of justice. Evidence about you gang stalking me is going to be evidence against you for obstructing justice. It's not removing it from ever happening from the record. We're well beyond the false narrative, the malicious narrative that the target individual is making up information, is making up things, is hallucinating, is imagining things. We're beyond that. So now I want to remind you about the things that they've already committed before I documented them again, and them being anyone, including LAPD, who in 2024 was not their first round in trying to take my life and threatening my well-being and my safety on a daily basis, on an hourly basis, on a moment-by-moment basis. All right, targeting me in helicopters is nothing new. Michael Moore was doing it in 2020, as I documented in Los Angeles at Cesar Chavez in Alameda at the Union Station, as I walked up and down Alameda, documenting the pattern of conduct in the specific environment, by the way. And that evidence was all stolen. Okay, Michael Moore's retirement from the Los Angeles Police Department is not Michael Moore's removement from criminal activity. And there is, by the way, no statute of limitations for engaging in domestic terrorism, especially that which is never supposed to be exposed. The entity is engaging what is murdering people before they're able to speak on what it is that they are targeted by. The entity's pattern of conduct is supposed to falsely depict the character by virtue of your even speaking about it, because you've never heard of things such as a fake son, hence the P.O.C. So in order to, let me break that down for you, what I mean by fake son. And you look at my documentation, and then I also want you to look at what's over your head out there in Boston, okay, on the opposite side of the country, because it's not the same light source that's in the sky that's over this apartment building, wherever I'm at in whatever city, because I've documented the pattern of conduct by Woodside Senior Apartments and the people of the state in the city of Ontario at distinct other regions and other places. Speaking to a pattern of conduct, the LAPD, like I documented on May 13, 2025, regarding the Los Angeles Police Department gang stalking on July 22nd, 2020, evidence that is stolen, July 25th, 2020, evidence that is stolen, evidence against the people of the state as I document them by license plate, and the state as well, the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department and the Los Angeles Police Department, the Los Angeles Airport, LAX, gang stalking using commercial planes, doing so in that specific environment, doing so as a citywide effort while that entity knew that I was getting on the Metrolink. And that knowledge is deduced from the fake sun that's remaining over me through the windows of the Metrolink as I get on the train in Upland, California. And then I travel to Los Angeles at the Union Station, which is where I get off. And that's where that fake sun remains over me, which I documented on multiple occasions. All of that evidence is gone. All of that evidence providing history, context, a background of targeting. All right. Even though the documentation in 2024, that in and of itself, the government is targeting me. But nonetheless, there's evidence that the entity has stolen, and that's with knowledge that they were being documented. Why are you going out of your way to remove evidence of just you being on a motorcycle in alignment to me down the street, San Bernardino Police Department? Because they're stalking in the path, because I've identified what their pattern of conduct is, because those demons are aware of the fact that they're being associated with demonic, with corrupt, with perverted, predatory, and demented criminal activity. And they don't want their faces included in it. But I did capture the faces of demons of the San Bernardino Police Department. I did document them even in 2024, still gang stalking me in helicopters, mind you. I documented them. And they are still gang stalking in 2024, but I documented them in 2019. And this is evidence that is stolen. I'm going to include the podcast of the San Bernardino Police Department engaging in what is not a coincidence, seemingly engaging in what is just a pastime, a favorite pastime of police departments to fly in circles over me in helicopter. And I documented it for a prolonged period on the night of October 3rd, 2019 in San Bernardino, California, after the entity chased me down in a helicopter from the Ovid Family Community Library to Tracy Banks's apartment at Woodside Senior Apartments, which I captured in 13 videos of stalking, very conclusive stalking from one place to another. That helicopter remained over me. And even when they're flying at a distance and the fake sun is over my head and you see that helicopter and in the zone of relevant positioning around me, that's also evidence of helicopters stalking me. Those helicopters are associated with police departments who are engaging in that readily identifiable pattern, especially in the specific environment. And on October 2nd, 2019, this entity that was gang stalking me on the night of October 2nd, upon stealing my vehicle, this entity is then in another city engaging in a pattern of stalking and terrorizing me with helicopters. That's the absence of coincidence. This is evidence that is embodied in what is Erica Lorraine Spencer v. Bill and Wags, which is a civil case for conversion against the people of the state. Bill and Wags is not a private company. Bill and Wags is a third party that committed theft, conversion of my property upon the color of authority by the gang stalkers, the Ontario police, who knew very well that I didn't abandon my vehicle. This isn't even about the actual violation of law on my part. The entity engages in criminal defamation. The entity engaging in what is gang stalking and then abuses their position to harass you, terrorize you, obstruct justice in whatever way. And what it included on October 2nd is stealing my vehicle, claiming that it was abandoned, even though before October 2nd, I'm documenting on an ongoing systematic basis gang stalking me while I'm in my vehicle, where they know exactly where I'm sleeping. And that knowledge is also deduced because the fake sun is over me when I'm in my vehicle. They know exactly where I'm at when I'm documenting them in podcasts and in video in 2019, a gang stalking by helicopter. In the Ontario International Airport, gang stalking by helicopter. October 2nd, when my vehicle is stolen as a means to obstruct justice based on my civil suit I brought against the state of California. The criminal means whereby Justice Stephen Garza is engaging in what is obstruction of justice by the criminal act, not a civil act. Not a merely I'm just going to sue you and get down. No, this is a criminal act of obstruction of justice pursuant to surveillance and furtherance of murder and kidnapping, gang stalking me, in other words, and evading service of process is relevant to an act of obstruction. And it's where I'm also, the absence of coincidence, I'm being gang stalked at that courthouse, the Justice Center in San Bernardino, where Stephen Garza, even outside of the bounds of what the law and the rules of court required him to do, he did not do it because it's the entity that sought to obstruct justice by not providing me a fundamental right to freedom of speech, access to the courts, service of process, which I am entitled to. And that judge and that San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, a repeat kidnapper, a bunch of demons, stalking me in helicopters, stalking me as a bunch of demons using law enforcement vehicles in the specific environment, even coming to Woodside and showing you what demons wearing San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department look like when they're gang stalking and threatening, exhibiting mental illness and high malice, doing so with knowledge that it's being documented, speaking to and demonstrating why disbanding is necessary, is justice under circumstances of repeat kidnapping as well. There's no coincidence with regard to the San Bernardino Police Department's evidence of them stalking me and images, because I capture images and pictures and video for you to see the demons' faces. And those demons are engaging in criminal conduct, while the Ontario Police Department, who was under the corrupt and dangerous leadership of Jared Bergwan in 2019, and then the interim Eric McBride following Bergwan's resignation in what is August of 2019. Jared Bergwan is the demon that was over that corrupt department, leading domestic terrorism and psychological torture since December of 2013. So his quote unquote prompt resignation purportedly in August of 2019, and the immediate replacement of Eric McBride in 2019 is no removal of Jared Bergwan from engaging in federal group stalking and monitoring. And also be mindful of the fact the entity stole evidence of its gang stalking in ways in which you could see the demons gang stalking. You could see them engaging in what is stalking in the path, engaging in criminal summoning. You can see their faces. You can see them gang stalking me as you are understanding the pattern of conduct. And it is not a coincidence where the entity is coincidentally resigning based on evidence that they stole from my record, and also at the same time claiming that they resigned before or immediately upon my documenting that particular department, just like Michael Moore in February of 2024. Jared Bergwan, while I'm documenting gang stalking by helicopter by the San Bernardino Police Department on October 3rd of 2019, purportedly he is resigning as of August 2019. But I just want to be clear, this is a demon. This is a corrupt government actor who was esteemed as a hero, by the way. Heroes that engage in things such as what I stated: engaging in public corruption with the people of the state, demons who are terrorizing American citizens, demons who are ensuring their employment while the malicious means and the civilized means of terrorism in the United States is executed by violence that is inflicted upon American citizens. And the gang stalkers, who are demons of law enforcement agencies throughout this country, are maintaining their position as one speaking to the necessity, their necessity, by virtue of them being the means whereby you're maintaining law and order, and they are part of the criminal pattern of conduct. That's malice, by the way, but it's also speaking to what is just securing their position as keeping a job while they're doing nothing other. In other words, they could be gang stalking without being on any sort of law enforcement, but they're doing so as a crucial position, maintaining authority and maintaining what is a means of a position where they are exercising authority under laws that they do not under any circumstances regard whatsoever. It's there to create the appearance, the farce of constitutionality, where the entity is engaging in what is gang stalking in a society. You are not at the same time ignorant about criminal conduct that the rest of everyone else is doing. The entity, and I am not suggesting that I've already proven that the entity is targeting me, and I have never stated that nobody else is being kept under surveillance at all. I'm stating that we are all under surveillance, and I've proven the fact that not only are we under surveillance, but the entity is gang stalking me, sought to take my life and my reputation so that you would not listen to what it is that I'm stating. But again, the entity that does not understand the legal theory that it is surrounded by, supported by evidence, is also one that does not understand the significance of What is a specific environment? The environment, which is crucial to understanding the system of surveillance that's also underway via communication devices, and a bunch of mentally deranged sleepers, in other words, demons that are filling this country. They are wanting to engage in like a sneak attack, a secret attack on human beings. And that aggression, that violence is going to continuously graduate and escalate. And this is a warning pertaining to that. And it is relevant to surveillance that's underway in the police departments, law enforcement, the government, in other words. The executive branch in the states are engaging in what is surveillance, and they are securing their position as one that we are conditioned to rely upon, if you will, when they are the ones that are even permitting violence to occur so that they can come in and demonstrate themselves as being necessary to maintain law and order and protection. And it is the exact opposite of that. And they are engaged in gang stalking. So I want to make sure that I include that. That's the malice of the entity that's engaging in domestic terrorism in the United States via law enforcement agencies. 7:19 a.m., the entity is stalked with amplified audible activity of the gang stalker in unit number 55 as I speak to the entity again. Manufacturing history in the ways in which I've suggested, retiring, chief of police that know that they've been documented, they're retiring right before I'm documenting something as egregious as terrorizing me in helicopter, and the evidence of that encounter is stolen from my body of evidence, from my repository of evidence when I'm documenting the timely retirement of Michael Moore of the LAPD before I resorted to capturing hundreds and hundreds of videos of the LAPD gang stalking me, pictures and videos of the LAPD gang stalking me with the people of the state. These are not coincidences, but I do want to speak to the entity gang stalking relevant position as they are triggered by my pointing out these aspects of the acts of obstruction of justice. This is speaking to the entity that is triggered by what it is that I'm stating. The entity that it's also triggering when the entity steals my evidence, that's because I'm telling you the truth. That's because I'm letting you know about what they're doing and how they do it, and their knowledge. Their knowledge is revealed by what they commit as well, including obstruction of justice via theft of my evidence that's supposed to appear as innocent activity, that it would be openly just disregarded because what is that target individual talking about anyway? This entity is tried to do that against somebody that is a legal expert. In other words, somebody practicing law, somebody that's trained in the law, somebody that's skilled in the application of law to facts and circumstances. And the entity still sought to engage in what is, again, it was unprepared for. And the entity is engaging in nothing other than continuing down a lost path. And I will also engage in what is legally analyzing the significance of stealing evidence, just like you would in any other federal case. All right, so this is criminal activity. So Jared Burguan is not removed from criminal conduct committed by the San Bernardino Police Department. The San Bernardino Police Department were targeting me since I was a child. I was going to Cal State San Bernardino. I graduated in 2010. I'm remaining in the city of San Bernardino since I was a child, by the way. So you're talking about what is graduating. By graduating, I'm using that word in two different terms, by the way. So I mean graduating from college, but before that, by graduating in the ways such as Derek Williams and grandfathering in the ongoing system of federal group stalking and monitoring to the next demon who took that same position, Mike Lorenz. This is what I mean with regard to graduating and maintaining this ongoing surveillance system, and that's not a coincidence. The San Bernardino Police Department has been engaged in targeting. I was being targeted the entire time I was in college, gaining my undergraduate in, by the way, political science, where, again, organized thought and effective communication in speech and writing is necessary. Preparation to prosecute a corrupt government for gang stalking, to prosecute a government that relies on criminal defamation to falsely depict the character, but the entity is failing in that against somebody that is trained and prepared to expose demons who are relying on what is nothing other than witchcraft, spell work, voodoo, gossip, and sex in order to falsely depict my character while they abuse positions that they're in. The entity is engaging in this pattern of conduct, and Jared Burguan, both before Jared Burguan maintained position as the chief of police from December 2013 until purportedly August of 2019, and after Jared Burguan, the interims following him, both Eric McBride is immediately replacing Jared Burguan in 2019 until 2021, where the entity is still gang stalking, by the way, and David Green from 2021 to 2022 until, again, the demon-possessed gang stalker, this black-faced demon, Darren Goodman from the Upland Police Department, who's also a documented gang stalker. Okay, all he did was change positions in cities. So he went from San Bernardino County at the Upland Police Department gang stalking to the San Bernardino County, the San Bernardino Police Department, where they're still gang stalking, which I documented in 2024. But Darren Goodman is the demon that is ultimately replacing Jared Bourguin, who retired purportedly in August of 2019. This is speaking to what is a system of surveillance that's underway, regardless of the demon that is in that position. The San Bernardino Police Department are engaged in state surveillance, and they're a bunch of demons. I want to be clear. The entity is engaging in what is a satanic targeting system, and it is in this corrupt system that I'm exposing the demon possessed in particular that are engaging in this satanic system of surveillance. These are psychopaths who get past the academy, who take an oath that they under no circumstances actually have any regard for, and they are engaging in criminal activity. That is the direct opposite of what the Constitution dictates law enforcement shall engage in and shall have a right under the Constitution to engage in. The malice of the entity is the ongoing coexistence, the simultaneous existence, the duplicitous representation of the government that is both engaging in what is investigations and both engaging in what is checking government checks, where you're maintaining what is a level of transparency, and you're maintaining what are all these programs and all these initiatives and all these positions where people are maintaining what is supposedly legitimate and law-abiding government. That's coexisting with what is federal group stalking and monitoring. It's a mask that the corrupt government that is gang stalking in California, as a matter of established fact, is maintaining at the same time. It is mutually exclusive. You are not both engaged in surveillance and also investigating what you don't know anything about, what you're suspecting is underway by the people of the state who are gang stalking me together when I stroll right by them. What's the difference? Satan that's wearing a uniform identifying a police department, and Satan that's in handcuffs sitting on the sidewalk talking to the demons who are associated with a law enforcement agency. They're demons gang stalking me together, and my documentation shows that. You're getting past the superficial veneer when you're understanding the spiritual realm, and the demon possessed are in this country and they're targeting people, and it is not a scary movie. In fact, the scary movies that are depicting things like this are getting it from reality about what this country is practicing. That's where the movies come from reality, not the opposite way. This is how you come up with movies pertaining to things such as The Truman Show, which is a lot of the themes that I am subject to when you have a people that are watching someone together in the malicious ways in which I've shown. But what The Truman Show is not going to reference at all is the fact that they're all demons abiding by that system, engaging in terms that they're not using, such as surveillance. These are things that are hinted at in the movies and in the media. They're hinted at, but the whole story, the whole breakdown of what the entity is engaging in, you're given bits and pieces of it in movies. In entertainment, where in this surveillance state, you have what is the entity, the demons that make money off of what they practice, what they actually do. And they make money, they make entertainment off of it. They are also, in many ways, ignorant to you while it's right in front of your face, like the fake sun is right in front of your face. They are right in front of your face telling you what they're doing, without you realizing that they're telling you what they're doing. But nonetheless, I want to get back to the entity is stalked with amplified noise, and doing so by gang stalking with the people of the state who are using their dogs at the same time that the demon in Unit 55 is pacing about. These are demons. They're manifesting as I speak to the criminal conduct of corrupt law enforcement agencies, such as the Los Angeles Police Department, stealing the documentation of gang stalking me on July 22nd and July 25th of 2020. The entity also is engaging in what is documentation, stealing evidence regarding gang stalking me at the state facilitating venue of the Metropolitan Courthouse in Los Angeles, California. And this is following the criminal pattern of conduct that is underway as I documented it. And this entity, that is the Los Angeles Police Department, is engaging what is theft of that property. Remember, it's not the particular police department. This is a means of understanding what is always the bigger picture. The Ontario Police Department represents the state. The Upland Police Department, that represents the state. Corey Watson of the Ontario Police Department he's associated with the Ontario Police, which represents the state. The entity that is gang stalked Tracy Banks represents the people of the state who is vicariously acting on behalf of and in concert with the state. It's the same with all the elderly, unemployed people at Woodside Senior Apartments. They represent the state. Any sort of logo that you slap on the vehicle of who are nothing other than the people of the state, they represent the state. This is a state system of surveillance. So the LAPD's evidence, the LAPD that is in evidence of what is gang stalking me is criminal conduct that's attributed to the entity, the state, that is seeking to protect from public view your ability to see the face of this demon-possessed gang stalker, Officer Umana of the LAPD, gang stalking me on video, 3 videos, which I already expounded upon in the video documentation that I spoke about on briefly on May 13th, 2025, where I'm referring to the video documentation on July 22nd, 2020 and July 25th, 2020. And if not, I want to go ahead and reiterate, this is the LAPD that has engaged in what is targeting me on more than one occasion. In 2018, for one, in that video documentation, those images are stolen. This is while I'm working for the law offices of Michael Bialis. This is upon relocating from Upland, California, where they are gang stalking, as my documentation in 2021 and 22 and 2024 establishes, and also in 2018 when I moved away. That's upon my preparing to move away. But I'm relocating from that area, and LAPD is gang stalking me, and as I'm relocated practicing law, and I began documenting because of the demonic and highly peculiar behavior of the LAPD and understanding the P.O.C. Those demons were gang stalking. Criminal summoning is an iteration of the pattern of conduct by the police, who are demons who want to just come close to you, be in your presence, see how they can harass you, see how they can perhaps get away with kidnapping you, see what it is that the entity sought to, in other words, confront me. And they confronted somebody that knows the law. They confronted somebody that can essentially confront what it is that they say that's clearly unlawful, and also what is absurd, while I am pointing out just common sense things. If you hear me documenting and I encounter these demons who are corrupt police department associates, personnel, these, in other words, gang stalking cops, demon-possessed police officers who are bearing weapons, threatening my life in real time while they're monitoring. That conversation is audible activity and injury. They're monitoring me, and I'm also putting them in their place while they're unintelligent in their efforts in doing so. Okay, so this is the entity that's, again, embarrassed by being documented for gang stalking. That's why they're going to the extent to steal evidence that's showing their face, that's identifying them as a department and also as an individual associated with that gang stalking department. And that's relevant to the San Bernardino Police Department stealing evidence, the Los Angeles Police Department stealing evidence, the Ontario Police Department stealing evidence, the Pasadena Police Department, and what is the November 16, 2018 list of police encounters, which is published on my website. It's a document, it's 109 pages long, and the entity stole approximately 41 pages. That's documenting, all it is a list of ongoing encounters. And remember, the entities, I'm documenting the police gang stalking me as they're in my path, meaning I'm at the Circle K, at La Ramada and Royal Avenue in Reseda, California, just making up a place. And the police, I'm documenting by crossing path, because that's what they're doing when the fake sun is over me at the Circle K in that parking lot. And they are in that environment, the specific environment, gang stalking with the rest of the people of the state. The entity is doing that pursuant to knowledge that I'm documenting them. And this is why I started documenting it. This was in writing. This is before I started getting video and images. I was writing it because I was already aware of a peculiar, to say the least, pattern of law enforcement arriving everywhere that I'm at, even while they went to the extent to not address me. They're not talking to me. It's just that they're ubiquitous in their presence. As ubiquitous, by the way, as what you'll also notice, is the fake sun. No matter what city, no matter what direction of travel, no matter how long I sit at one location, no matter what time in the day, This is where the entity and multiple law enforcement agencies are removing themselves from my documentation, in the documentation referred to as the November 16th, 2018 list of police encounters. And that includes the Stanton Police Department, which is the documented Orange County Sheriff's Department. The entity is removing evidence about the Pasadena Police Department gang stalking me in that document as well. The entity is removing documentation about the entity gang stalking through the other acts of the Ontario Police Department as well, but the entity is in many ways conceding Ontario Police. They don't have a problem leaving that documentation in there. But kidnapping by the San Antonio Regional Hospital in Upland, California, removing evidence of that. Gang stalking by the Fontana Police Department in concert with Charles Kelly's son and daughter, who was at that time under the age of majority. This demon-possessed gang stalker. This was a little teenage demon monitoring, engaging in federal stalking, and doing so with the people of the state, and doing so with the police department that's incentivizing the delinquency of minors, doing so via communication devices, and on what is May 22nd, 2019. And you can see while I am beginning to write about that in my document, I am referring to the document as what is a means of, I'm trying to get to it and see if I have it open to refer to it. I am referring to it where I am talking about the initial stop, and then I detail the stop and everything that the people of the state are doing, and also what the Fontana police officer did. And in that analysis, the entity is removing substantial pages so that evidence is missing. And this is pursuant to what is, again, criminal summoning through the people of the state in concert with the Fontana Police Department. And this is notably with Charles Kelly and his daughter, well, not Charles Kelly, but Charles Kelly's son, which is Charles Kelly, because they're gang stalking me and their house, which is at third-party facilitating venue, the Las Colinas housing subdivision, where I was living in Rialto as well as a teenager, and the Rialto Police Department were engaging in surveillance in the same way that the Ontario Police Department is doing now. Okay, this has been happening since I was a child. I'm exposing it now as an adult. I'm exposing it now as somebody capable of engaging in legal reasoning and helping you understand how you can prosecute this, how you shall prosecute this, because it's in violation of existing laws and laws that are necessary when you're understanding the malice of an entity that's also a demonic entity that's targeting American citizens whom they are criminally keeping under surveillance in violation of existing state and federal laws. That's the significance of that. And this is what the Rialto Police Department are doing with Charles Kelly and his daughter, Charlisa, and his wife, Lisa Kelly, and his sons. And now I'm in the vehicle on May 22nd, 2019. This is after being released from the kidnapping by the same entity that's gang stalking now, the Ontario Police Department, in concert with the demons in units 33 through 64 who are going to prison and mental asylums. All of the noise that's happening, it's happening in Engineer Light, where you know that they're all stalking and monitoring me pursuant to every noise that they make, and they're more obsessed with me because they're demons than they are concerned with the fact that they're actually they're going into cells and they're going into asylums. But the entity is nonetheless engaged in still gang stalking, and they're doing so in the same manner, meaning the specific environment and the elements of monitoring. That's what I mean by the same manner, not necessarily using a dog with regard to amplified audible activity and Engineer Light outside of the apartment. Charles Kelly, Lisa Kelly, and all of their demon-possessed children are gang stalking me while I'm in Las Colinas at their home on May 22nd, 2019, where Charles Kelly is again documented engaging in the pattern of conduct by arriving and picking me up from that kidnapping, where he is targeting me along with Tracy Banks. This is not a friend, but this is somebody that arrives monitoring me and doing so, picking me up from what is the Central Detention Center, where I was released in the middle of the night after being kidnapped by the Ontario Police Department on May 4th, 2019. This is Jonathan Burnett's and Tracy Banks's criminal iteration of the P.O.C, which I have expounded upon before, and also Jonathan Burnett has documented gang stalking me multiple times after kidnapping me as a police department and as a courthouse, the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court, documented all these angles already. But just giving context about the day that I'm released from kidnapping in the middle of the night, 12 o'clock in the morning, on May 22nd, 2019, after the entity that I assert all of the allegations, such as Jonathan Burnett pulled out his cell phone in the parking lot of West Valley and parenthetically the fake sun is over my head, but I'm not saying this to state actor, this demon Priska So, who was working for the West Valley District Attorney's Office, excuse me, the Rancho Cucamonga District Attorney's Office at the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court. She's working for the San Bernardino County. And I don't say anything about the fake son, of course, but the entity is engaging in this pattern of conduct, and so you're not going to talk to them about their criminal conduct. Their criminal conduct is demented by stating it in and of itself. This is what they will use to criminally defame your character. You publish their criminal conduct on the venue of the internet. You are alerting the federal government that's not engaged in surveilling in order to murder and kidnap people and expose where the entity is engaging in targeting you in threat of your life. And Priska So, however, was informed that Jonathan Burnett, in the specific environment, by the way, pulled out a cell phone, a communication device, and that's where he played back the argument that's occurring between Tracy Banks and myself, where she's the one committing a battery and she's the one engaging in what is threatening me, and I'm telling her in response, if she ever hits me again, then I'm going to, I did tell her I'll hurt her if she puts her hands on me again, but she's the one that's committing a murder, and there's no call of the police or anything inside of her apartment. Nobody's calling the police then. She's not on her phone. She doesn't have her phone because I threw it. She didn't have her phone. She goes and picks up her phone. She walks out of the apartment. So the police are not called until the demon walks outside, and I documented all of this in writing. The entity Jonathan Burnett is engaging in what is pulling out his cell phone, and he is playing back this argument that happened inside of this same apartment. The same apartment where the demons outside are engaged in monitoring as well, knowing exactly what I'm stating as well. That's why they're all going to prison, and mental asylums as well. But Jonathan Burnett is playing back the argument that happened inside of this apartment, meaning like a recording of what happened inside of this apartment before anybody called the police. And by the way, she didn't call the police. Not only that, at what point is she taking time to record it and then provide that recording? I guess email it, because she's so tech savvy, and she's not only recording it, then she's emailing it or texting it or IMing it to Jonathan Burnett, because they're that closely aligned. And he got it the same day while the altercation between us, the verbal altercation and her being corrected, is happening inside of her apartment where nobody is present but us. But understand, the entity is present. The entity is engaged in surveillance. But nonetheless, while I tell Priska So this detail, that same moment is when they ceased that fictitious prosecution. All right, when I tell her, well, Jonathan Burnett pulled out his cell phone and he played back the argument that happened between me and Tracy Banks inside of the apartment. And as I told her that case immediately was no longer a problem. Okay, they put Jonathan Burnett on the stand. Priska So asked a few questions in order to achieve what is the anticipated result, that the case is not going to persist. Just ask him a question such as, how do you know what Erica Spencer looks like? These are demons that are monitoring together in a courtroom. And again, it is Jonathan Burnett's role to state, well, her mother, obviously her mother would have described her, but he is incapable of articulating a response, substantiating why he opened up my car door in the way that he did after the argument that happened inside of her apartment occurred, and there was no ongoing emergency whereby he ever had any lawful authority to engage in what is an unlawful search and opening up my vehicle and then engaging in what is an assault and battery. And then I told Priska So, well, he played back a recording of me and Tracy arguing in her apartment. That spooked them so much, they just dropped the case altogether. And dropping a case is not going to be an obvious admission such as, okay, well, let's just get rid of this. It's going to occur in the way in which Priska So, the corrupt Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court, the Ontario Police Department, the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, and the public defender and the district attorney's office engaged in, which is engaging in a fictitious prosecution where they're asking questions and they anticipate the answer. These are also demons who are in the spirit. They're communicating. The demonic activity is very real. Okay, so she is asking questions which are designed to, and she's not doing this in furtherance of representing my interests. She's doing this because I am exposing what is information that is spooking them. The entity, that just like demons, they get more and more emboldened the more that they're confronted. It scares them when I brought up that information. Okay, all the demon possessed do is they shake it off and then they persist attacking somebody that they never should have attacked in the first place. And that's myself, for real. And I'm just stating, because of the fact that not only am I exposing them in the spirit, I'm exposing them in the natural in order to prosecute them. They were very much disconcerted by my telling Priska so about what Jonathan Burnett did very foolishly, very foolishly. This is somebody that is, again, a demon whose ego is way too large, just like every other narcissistic. That's how you would address that in the physical. Narcissism is a reference to a spirit. That's a demonic spirit, to be specific. But nonetheless, this person is very foolishly beside the vehicle where I'm handcuffed inside of it, and I clearly hear Tracy's voice, and I pointed that out to my public defender, who was gang stalking me by representing me in a fictitious case where she's not actually representing my rights, because I never should have been kept in jail in the first place. She is doing so, again, pursuant to fictitious charges as well. Tracy's the one that engaged in what is battering me, and then they go from illegally searching my car. I never should have been in jail. There was no argument underway when Jason Burnett arrives, under the fake sun, by the way, and there is no argument, and I've already exited the apartment. I'm inside of my vehicle, and if but for a gang stalking me, you knew exactly where I was inside of that vehicle, the same vehicle that they stole upon claiming that it was abandoned, where the gang stalking me inside of that vehicle, by the way, in October of 2019. But let's just get back to what I'm speaking to. He's committing an unlawful search when he is opening up my car, and there is on the surface no indication that why would you even open up my car? Why would you even try the door? As police, that's a search, and you don't have any warrant or consent to search, and there is no ongoing emergency, even were Tracy in the position to have summoned them, which she could not have done until after she exited the apartment. Tracy Banks is calling him. He can arrive, but he can't enter my vehicle, and he did not see me in my vehicle. All my windows are covered up. So you're talking about what is necessarily exchanged. Oh, she told you the vehicle. She told you the license plate. She told you what it looks like. She told you that I'm inside of it, because she couldn't have known where I was at either, but for monitoring me, because she stayed in the parking lot. I went to my car. I could have walked anywhere. I could have walked to Starbucks like I did every other day. I could have walked to the Oval Family Community Library like I did every other day. I sat inside of my car documenting, and this is where Jonathan Burnett breaks into my vehicle, and then him and Sequoia engage in what is an assault and battery. And then this is where I am arrested, and the entity is flying over the police vehicle and helicopter and airplanes, amplifying it. And you have a bunch of demons that are they are very obviously demon possessed. They look disfigured while they are illegally searching my vehicle. And they are totally outside of the bounds of the law as well in doing so. And then they assert fictitious charges, and that's a malicious act of asserting malicious charges is an act of a fictitious prosecution where they're gang stalking you, and they're not accidentally or ignorantly or negligently asserting that you committed a crime. They're maliciously doing it while they're gang stalking you, while they're targeting you, while you're subject to surveillance. Okay, this is what Jonathan Burnett and Tracy Banks are doing together. That's the Ontario Police and essentially the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court, the state. And Priska So is informed about this, and immediately that case is handled, and I'm released on May 22nd, 2019. And on the same day, in the presence of the Kelly family, a pack of demons, I'm in their vehicle, and they are targeting me, and I'm aware of it. But I am, again, limited resources, and I am forced to suffer these demons while I'm in their presence in their home until they return me to my vehicle in Ontario, where it was parked at. And the Fontana Police Department engaged in criminal summoning, targeting me on the passenger side of the vehicle that's driven by Charles Kelly's son. Both of his two demon-possessed children were gang stalking me with the Fontana Police Department. This is documentation that's missing, stolen from the list of police encounters, as I have documented in 109 pages in writing. And the demons that know very well about the fact that I'm speaking accurately about what they are and what they're doing, and their disdain for being identified as demons, for being identified as stalkers, for being identified as engaging in criminal surveillance as a corrupt police department, because it's not just that copper. It's the department, as the Ontario Police Department has fully demonstrated for all of the world, as the Los Angeles Police Department has fully demonstrated for all of the world. All right, this is just going into, as you can see. Well, you can't see, but as you're paying attention, as I go into one story, it's pointing to documentation that I have a long list of, and I can reference this situation that was documenting that incident, which is relevant to evidence that was stolen by this entity that was gang stalking me as I went to this city, and they continuously engage in the same pattern of crime. I'm able to do that because that's how much evidence I have, and the entity has stolen it. stolen a lot of evidence. And so that's what I want to get back to. I will continuously publish evidence revealing the criminal activity by corrupt gang stalking police departments who are engaging in surveillance, not engaging in what is public service. Public service doesn't include surveillance by the police who need a warrant and probable cause to engage in what is a search of your home, to engage in what is monitoring you inside of your home through the use of technology and through the demonic pattern of conduct. Both. They need a warrant and probable cause. The entity is engaging in what is maintaining knowledge about what it is you're doing inside of your apartment, or what it is you're doing in your home, what it is you're doing in your vehicle on the freeway. That's how detailed, that's how specific, and that's how down to, that's how precise demonic monitoring is. That's why, by the way, on the 15 freeway, I'm documenting, for example, what you've seen, engineer light moving inside of my vehicle when I'm on the freeway, the fake sun is over my head, and the people of the state, not strangers that don't know who I am and what I'm doing also, are crossing path. And engineer light, which is not occurring when you're merely driving by me, passing by, crossing lanes on the freeway. So what vehicle have you bought where any Hondas or Toyotas are shooting light outside of from the doors on the vehicles, and from those doors they're shooting up and moving inside of my car? That's no products that we're at this point in time purchasing yet. That supernatural phenomenon is what's happening inside of Tracy Banks's apartment. That supernatural phenomenon is what's happening on the sidewalks and on the walls outside of the Woodside Senior Apartments when they're all gang stalking. It's happening on the roads and the highways, as I've documented, as a matter of evidence. There's no mistaking the pattern of conduct. The entity is maintaining the specific environment, and these demons associated with these corrupt police departments, and they are all corrupt when they're engaging in what is gang stalking by any one of them. That one state actor that's documenting is speaking to what the entire department is engaging in. And my documentation also establishes that when you have this type of pattern of conduct, which is implicating what the environment is necessitating, that means the fake sun is over my head, and it's impossible that the natural environment would include that. You're getting to what is a department-wide criminal system, and that is shared by every other city where I'm going to. And this is incriminating, not relieving or protecting or removing the Pasadena Police Department and the Stanton Police Department, which is the Orange County Sheriff's Department, the Costa Mesa Police Department, the San Bernardino Police Department, and the demons of the Ontario Police Department, like Officer Cho, like Officer Kessel, gang stalking, engaging in kidnapping. I documented that on August 6, 2019. And the entity is engaging what is stealing the details of that criminal act committed against me. That's not removing it from existence. The entity is engaging in what is removing a lot of evidence that it doesn't want to be known, because why are you stealing evidence from someone that is just speaking in fables? I'm not losing. I'm very responsible with regard to every way that I've maintained this investigation by myself, by the way. In my investigation of these police departments, in my investigation of the state, the entity has interfered with the investigation of itself and has stolen evidence pertaining to it. That's an unlawful act of obstruction of justice. It has also engaged in ongoing criminal activity, the substance of which is the purpose of the whole investigation. And the entity is engaging in other words, still stalking and surveilling, threatening, harassing, intimidating, and repeatedly kidnapping as well. I've documented that, while the investigation against that same entity has remained underway as a matter of record since 2018. This is an entity that is being exposed, has been investigated, and has been established as engaging in what is unprecedented, criminal, and inhumane. The entity is doing so with knowledge of the truth about what it is that's exposed. When I get your picture, when I get your license plate, when I get that department name, when I get what city that's in, who's the mayor in that city, what's the county sheriff in that city, because they're engaging in that pattern of conduct and they sought to steal evidence. That's incriminating the Pasadena Police Department, who is documented in this list of police encounters, engaging with stalking me in the middle of the night when I'm eating a peanut butter and jelly sandwich on a side street in Pasadena, California, in the dark, where no one is supposed to be aware. I'm minding my business. I'm living in my car. I've relocated. I quit my job upon the targeting by the LAPD. I'm in yet another city. I'm paying attention to my surroundings, but I'm in another city. I'm getting my vehicle worked on, my tires in particular. This is evidence I'm referring to that has been stolen. And it's within the first 10 pages of the list of police encounters. And you'll see the list of police encounters starts at page 6. And so pages 1 through 5 are missing. And the entity is removing evidence about state actors that it does not want to be named. And so this is what is happening. The Pasadena police, again, I didn't know it was Pasadena police. All I'm doing is documenting, because I'm documenting a pattern of following me around by people that I do not know. And it's happening in the dark when I'm minding my business in my car, eating a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. And I'm always being surrounded by people who are to me, it's obvious stalking, but to those that are ignorant, I understand how you have to prove and establish how you can understand what is stalking as well. And it's very obvious, especially at this juncture in evidence, but it was obvious to me way back then. That's why I documented it, because I also understand the ordinary target individual's position. Not having that ability to recognize what is malice by a government that's stalking you in a way that's not supposed to appear obvious on the surface. That's malice. That is high maniacal malice. The entity is trying to take you out when it's doing that. And so I am documenting, and in Pasadena on a side street where I'm not disrupting anybody, I'm not even sitting with my headlights on. I'm not parked on anybody's property. And I am eating my peanut butter and jelly sandwich. And I notice a vehicle that's in the dark, drives in, and then is sitting in a position facing me in the middle of the street in the most peculiar manner. And then as I document, the more that I start writing about it, the moment that I start writing about it, then they turn their headlights on in the middle of the street. And once they turn their headlights on, then I'm noticing other people, the people of the state, who then begin very demented. And it's demented because it's weird. It's weird conduct. The more that I write about it, the more weird behavior that these people who are legally referred to as the people of the state started behaving. They're not just driving down the street, stopping at the stop sign at the intersection and proceeding. They're driving at the intersection, making a U-turn and going back the opposite direction. They're driving down the street, stopping by me, and then reversing, going back in the opposite direction. They're speeding on a residential street. They're doing all manner of things like stopping in front of me, turning their brake lights on by stepping on the brake, in other words, keeping their foot on the brake, which again is something that I'm noticing, but I'm not honing in on it yet as I'm recognizing the pattern of stalking with light. But they're getting in front of me with their foot on the brakes on the side of the street while I'm documenting, while I'm writing out my observations about this vehicle that's sitting on the opposite side of the same intersection in alignment to me, and then turning on their headlights, while then a bunch of people then drive through those headlights and make U-turns and drive in circles in those headlights, and then stop in front of me with their brake lights on, while this person in this mysterious vehicle that I don't know is remaining for over 45 minutes, almost an hour. And I documented, and it was so peculiar that I did not leave. I finished my peanut butter and jelly sandwich, but I sat right there because I was going to document whoever that was whenever they drove away. So this is my investigation. This is how it started. And pray tell, it is the Pasadena Police Department that foolishly drove into what is a one-way street, so they had no other way out. And essentially what happened is this demon, they drove down the street and they found themselves trapped. So because what is ordinarily going to happen is that they're going to drive away. This is what the police do because they're maintaining a passive-aggressive stance. They communicate a threat by merely crossing path with you, and by crossing path, I mean they drive by you. They'll be engaged in a traffic stop of another person while you drive by them. They'll arrive engaging in what is the sound of their sirens in the neighborhood when you are in that environment. And what this, I didn't know it was police at first, but it was clearly peculiar, and that's why I sat there and did not drive off like I was going to do. I was going to eat my peanut butter and jelly sandwich and then go find somewhere to sleep in my car, find somewhere to park my car and sleep. But because of what I was observing, I just sat there. I just sat there and waited because I was going to document that license plate. And this state actor was blocked in, could not get out. And this is why you sat there for so long. And the people of the state also, these are demons that get in a frenzy, such as amplifying audible activity in the apartment above me as I start documenting on my podcast, as I start documenting and referring to the demon in particular by name, or referring to the documentation, what they're engaging in. With simultaneity to that, the demons manifest, they engage in more of that. That's the pattern of conduct pursuant to what is also prosecuted as surveillance. The entity isn't keeping me under surveillance, knowing what I'm doing, even what I'm writing down, taking pictures of. And the entity, the people of the state, is a part of that entity, stalking me with the Pasadena Police Department, who was stuck in a one-way street in the dark. This is very terrorizing. And they're driving through what is light activity caused by a Pasadena police officer who can't get out any other way. And so they're sitting there in the dark with their headlights on, and the people of the state are engaging in all manner of violating traffic laws. They're not being pulled over. They're not engaging what is stopping them for speeding past a stop sign, for driving through the middle of the intersection and then making a U-turn in the opposite direction, for stopping beside me in the middle of the street like that police officer is doing. No, because they're gang stalking together. And that's called light activity, relevant positioning, and ongoing audible noise that is being maintained. And it's very demented even on its surface. It's also even more demented as I break what the demon-possessed are doing while they're monitoring you as a demon-possessed police agency in concert with a demon-possessed population. The entity is doing this while I am on a side street in Pasadena at nightfall. It's dark outside. Who is this that is showing some sort of knowledge about me being present and aiming light in my path, and people acting chaotic in this light in front of me and all around me as I sit there and watch it and document it and observe it and wait to get that license plate. And so this police officer that didn't have any other way to get out, and I sat there forcing them to drive by me so that I can get that license plate. And that's when I got the Pasadena police, as I refer to it now, gang stalking me, and I documented that state actor. This is what's captured in one of the first 5 pages of the November 16, 2018 list of police encounters. And the Pasadena police are engaged in what is criminal obstruction of justice. The state, the entities engaged in obstruction of justice, while the Pasadena police are removed from evidence. But again, you know that the Pasadena Police Department are gang stalking because I documented them gang stalking me at the McDonald's in Pasadena, California by helicopter in concert with the people of the state in the middle of the night. Literally on the same night that I left Alvarado Gardens, where the LAPD engaged in an ongoing documented campaign of heavy, aggressive, demented stalking, targeting, harassment, psychological torture, notably with helicopters. You already know that the Pasadena police are gang stalking me. I'm capturing them while the fake sun is over me during the day, and I'm in Pasadena, California, and they're crossing path in a black helicopter flying over my vehicle as I'm documenting the people of the state, as I'm driving through that city. You already know that the Pasadena Police Department are gang stalkers. From the demon-possessed chief of police down. The entity is engaging in what is obstruction of justice, seeking to remove the history of evidence identifying them, and doing so while still targeting. So the Lord God has not missed any detail regarding those who have sought to remove evidence, any trace of them. But again, the entity is also always missing what the legal theory is. The legal theory is that it is not just the Ontario Police. It is not just the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department. Karen Bass in the city of Los Angeles, the people of the state in Los Angeles, and the state, the Los Angeles Police Department, the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department are clearly engaging in that same pattern of conduct. And it is a statewide effort, as the specific environment proves. Wherever I go, that specific environment remains. And that is where you are understanding and recognizing what is very much stalking and targeting. And it is targeting that's committed in furtherance of murder and kidnapping. All right? And it's very demented while the entity is monitoring you. That's what's revealed through the stalking conduct. They're monitoring. That's the significance of being present in this light. That's the significance of this audible activity in this light. That's the significance of presence amongst that light and that audible activity, which is a pattern of conduct. All right. That's the significance of that. I want to go through many of the plethora of examples that I just gave right now is relevant to what I'm going to include in this podcast. And this is documentation regarding the exposed corrupt law enforcement agencies throughout the state of California. And this is the purpose of surveillance amongst the law enforcement agencies in this country. We are already under surveillance. So a gang stalking system is pursuant to targeting American citizens, and that entity that is engaging in that and then claiming that they're conducting an investigation. This is where you're ignorant about gang stalking. They're conducting an investigation. They're going to conduct an autopsy. They're looking into, what was the lifestyle of the victim that lost their life. These are the demons that are engaging in surveillance. They know exactly what happened. And that's entirely psychopathic to engage in that level of malice when you know down to the detail. In the same way that they know when I pull my panties down in the bathroom in this apartment, they know what's said in this apartment, and they also know what's happening to American citizens who are being kept under surveillance and who are also being targeted and also falsely depicted regarding their character. That's malice, okay? And these corrupt police departments who have sought to remove traces of themselves are the same police departments that I've already documented again, but also I want to make sure that I hone in on them. And because it's known, Darren Goodman is a demon-possessed gang stalker he was that before he became chief of the San Bernardino terrorist organization. He was the chief over the terrorist organization, the Upland Police Department, before he relocated to San Bernardino. And they are both engaging in what is, both agencies are a part of the same system of domestic terrorism and psychological torture. And as I drive through those cities, as I am in their cities, and I want to be clear, the entity is fully engaging in a pattern of conduct, and the police are not actually legitimate law enforcement. They're not legitimate government actors. This is Satan that plays dress up. This is Satan that wants to be esteemed and revered as powerful and authoritative. And this is, again, speaking to the egregious criminal conduct that police officers engage in, but that does not make you actually authoritative and powerful. It just makes you maniacal. It makes you despicable. It makes you criminal and corrupt. It makes you serial killers. It makes you sex offenders. It makes you stalkers. It makes you hypocrites. It doesn't make you legitimate law enforcement that are worthy of respect and a position of nobility, which these demons want to depict in those positions. That's Satan. That's that spirit that wants to be acknowledged as God. That's the purpose of the demonic system of federal group stalking and monitoring happening amongst law enforcement. All right, now this is not an unsubstantiated conspiracy theory. This is, first of all, already supported with regard to the criminal conduct that is occurring in concert with the police departments. And those police departments have specifically sought to remove evidence about their criminal engagement in that P.O.C. And that's criminal activity as well. And that is while they still remain a part of that pattern of conduct, because the Ontario Police is foolishly acting. The Ontario Police is acting as a whole entity. San Bernardino Police, that is the state of California. The Pasadena Police, that is the state of California. The Los Angeles Police, that is the state of California. The Los Angeles Sheriff's Department, et cetera, et cetera. They are engaging in the statewide system of gang stalking. The state is being prosecuted and exposed for what is criminal surveillance, trying to defame my character while they're targeting me and engage in what is unlawful and inhumane means of surveillance throughout this country, by the way, while I'm exposing it. That's what's relevant. While demons of the LAPD, demons of the San Bernardino Police Department, and the entity that's, in other words, seeking to remove evidence about its criminal engagement, about its demon possession. All right, I'm going to include the video documentation pursuant to what is October 3rd, 2019. This is the day following the Ontario Police Department stalking me in helicopter and gang stalking me, both. Traditional stalking, following from place to place is stalking. The Ontario Police Department did that on video on the night of October 2nd, 2019, upon stealing my vehicle, and then followed me home in a helicopter back to this location, which is at 713 North Vine Avenue. That's on the Vine Avenue street where the entity is gang stalking on a daily basis, where the amplified traffic comes from. They're gang stalking via traffic on Vine Avenue. But that's where the entity follows me back in a helicopter. And the next night in San Bernardino, California, which is the podcast I'm going to include here, the San Bernardino Police Department is flying over my head in a helicopter as I'm documenting the San Bernardino Police Department gang stalking me at night with the people of the state. Using what is, again, engaging in criminal summoning, as they're stalking me as a citywide effort, as I'm walking about in the city, as I am documenting the people of the state, and I'm documenting the state proper, that is the San Bernardino Police, and then moments later, the entity flies in circles over my head, exhibiting demon possession, by the way, in doing so. That's a demon that's pacing, patrolling in a helicopter, flying in circles over my head. The entity is doing so while I am capturing it by podcast. And this is evidence revealing what's documented on October 3rd, 2019, what's documented on October 4th, 2019, where this entity stole evidence pertaining to it. And so that's what I want to include. This is happening on the watch of Jared Bagwan, who purportedly resigned upon what is a career in domestic terrorism and psychological torture with law enforcement in San Bernardino, California. This is not a genuine American hero, where the gang stalkers engaged in what is a terrorist attack. That's what the demon possessed do. Walk into the San Bernardino center off of hospitality and engage in what is shooting people. That's what the demon possessed do. And Jared Bagwan is upheld. You can look him up because he's heralded as a hero. No, he's not. The demon-possessed engaged in that act of terrorism. The demon-possessed are also the San Bernardino Police Department. The demon-possessed, who share a condition, are also aware of what the entity is not only going to do, they knew that it was happening. It's surveillance underway. And then those demons arrive on the scene in a manner where you are witnessing them, and it's reported on the news, playing hero. That's the demon-possessed playing cops and robbers with the people of the state. He is not a hero. He's being paid a lot of money to appear on podcasts and on television shows. He is being regarded as a consultant to other corrupt governments who want his advice as to how he executed gang stalking as a chief of police from 2013 to 2019. That's who Jared Bagwan is. While he's purportedly resigning in August of 2019, and he is followed by Eric McBride, followed by who maintain ongoing criminal surveillance, who was followed by not only Eric McBride, but then again, like I stated before, 2019 to 2021, David Green from 2021 to 2022, and then Darren Goodman as of 2022 to the present, where he is currently engaging in this ongoing system of surveillance. And that psychopath knows that I'm naming him right now. These are demons that are together one entity, and it's also relevant to surveillance, where everything that's happening is a matter of what is essentially public information, by the way. And this is also relevant to what is criminal defamation. This is why you're going to prosecute. For criminal defamation is executed in many different ways. And again, in the document entitled SIIS, Systematic Infliction of Inhumane Suffering, which is again published on my website, this is the POC.wordpress.com, in Understanding Criminal Defamation, where the entity is engaging in surveillance, that which you are speaking out loud, which is denigrating the reputation of the targeted individual, it is automatically published. It is servicing and facilitating what is kidnapping as well by the same demons who engage in criminal summoning. The same demons that engage in what is fictitious prosecutions and kidnapping in corrupt facilities, where all they're doing is gang stalking in those jails, by the way. Gang stalking at those police departments, which I've also documented. Okay, this is P.O.C. The podcast that's following is captured on October 3rd, 2018. And this is pursuant to evidence that is stolen from my repository of evidence that is captured in San Bernardino, California. That is the sound of a government plane hovering over the plaza at G Street and 2nd in San Bernardino. I am sitting outside in front of 655 West 2nd Street, the Superior Court of California County and San Bernardino Child Support Division, in the same plaza as the McDonald's that I just exited at 9 o'clock. And it is 9:01. There are 9 planes that I counted, including a helicopter, that are presently surrounding this area. That in addition to the police sirens that sounded upon my exiting the door of the McDonald's. That in addition to the people who are currently sitting in their vehicles in the parking lot of McDonald's, again, under the guise of a customer of McDonald's or whatever, they are engaged in the same pattern of conduct. These are all the same angles of the system that I am confronting. This is it exactly, every aspect of it. And this is in San Bernardino, and they listen to me while I document it, and they continue to provide more and more documentation of the same conduct. Confront, because I'm not scared of stalkers. This is San Bernardino PD. Vehicle number F1502, license number 1465819, and vehicle number F1818, license number 1432909. Hello. What's your name? What's your name? What's your name? Officer Brown? What's your name?
What's your name?
I'm not under interrogation. What's your name?
Okay, so do you need us or no?
Did I say anything to you? You confronted me. And you're in the vacant parking lot in my proximity. That's how that's going right now. And we're at, this is the location of the same location where the planes are flying over right now, and the third-party servitude that is actively occurring as well. And there are the planes that are flying around in proximity as well. So this is the second aspect of the same state stalking system. While they sit here and listen to me talk about the stalking that they are actively engaged in right now, and there is no response that they have. They can't respond to it. Thank you for your names, though. In the background, that is a truck sticking it out noise, this helicopter right here. Flying directly over me. Flying directly over me. That's the 5th time it circled around. I'm at G Street and 2nd in San Bernardino in the plaza of McDonald's and the Superior Court of California County of San Bernardino Child Support Division at 655 West 2nd Street. This helicopter is circling around. Based on their pattern of conduct, it seems as though it's some sort of emotional response out of frustration because I keep continually thoroughly documenting everything that they engage in. I just got the police. I just got a whole bunch of people in the parking lot. I just got a whole bunch of documentation of the planes flying over in different locations, capturing license plates. And after I do that, the helicopter tends to surface. And it seems to me to be an emotional response on the part of a government that's very furious that I'm documenting them. And that also explains why they stole my vehicle yesterday, October 2nd. And they also followed me home, which I thoroughly documented. The helicopter, by the way. Thoroughly documented that. Flying over me again. It's 9:35. In addition, there are the blinking planes. There's 1, 2, 3. I see 4. I see 4 planes. In addition, they are flickering the lights in the parking lot. As I have documented before, that's a part of the pattern of conduct. Typically, when I am in movement, walking down the street, the lights follow by going on or off. And because I have openly stated that in my documentation, the government knows that I'm aware of that. They usually do that conduct in different circumstances in order to throw off an alleged pattern. That's what they tend to do. It doesn't throw off the pattern. It shows that they're invading my privacy and listening to me document them. And here comes the helicopter again, circling around over me. The helicopter is the one that is audibly perceivable, but there are planes hovering in the sky above me in this plaza. In addition to that, the third-party aspect, the third-party servitude aspect of the state stalking system includes the use of technology, which is by the people surrounding. Currently, there are vehicles driving by. There are people seated in their vehicles in this parking lot where McDonald's is closed. The drive-thru is open, though. And so there are people in the line for the drive-thru. Do not be deceived by that either. That is merely a guise. All they have to do is have their phone out while they go and make a purchase so that they don't appear to be engaged in any criminal conduct. And here comes another vehicle driving by. The fact that it is occurring while the helicopter circles over me repeatedly is not a coincidence. That is license 8X71535. That's a red Ford truck. And also, there is another white plane, those that appear to be commercial. And note the serial amounts of times that the helicopter circles. This is highly demonstrative of a very furious government. I just approached 3 police officers in the parking lot who were adjacent to the opposite side of this building where I was located, and I recognize that as part of the pattern of conduct, law enforcement being around, and I got them, I captured that incident, and they're very upset about it. And as a result, this helicopter pilot, who was very emotional, is flying over repeatedly. That's all that it is. It is an emotional reaction on their part. And it is actually demonstrative of a government that has nothing else that they can do. They can't do anything because I have thoroughly documented what they are doing, and they are very, very upset about it. That is a blue and white helicopter, and it is now flying over 655 West 2nd Street. That is the Superior Court building. Again, that was before I started capturing it. He had already started flying over several times. So that is several times. And I have additional video from that same conduct circling over me and following me yesterday, October 2nd, which was the same day also that they stole my vehicle that was parked at Vine and G Street. I am in San Bernardino, California, by the way. It is 9:39 p.m. that this is happening. Again, you take all the factual elements and you consider them in totality within a relevant context, not in isolation, not at all. There are no coincidences, especially in state stalking. There are no coincidences. And again, the main purpose of that helicopter is not only to be annoying and to be harassing and to have an emotional reaction to being upset that I'm documenting them and that I'm boldly doing it, but it is also because they are monitoring internet. They are actively monitoring whether I am online. I am in a plaza across from McDonald's, and there's a Starbucks within proximity of me too. So that is highly relevant as well. It's not just physically stalking and following, remaining in proximity. It's not just that aspect. It is the invasion of privacy, and it is also the monitoring, online monitoring, blocking and intercepting my attempts to get on the internet. That is vital as well, and that's highly relevant to what the helicopter was engaged in right now. Those are police sirens in the background, right as I walk past Starbucks. I'm at F and Frank and 2nd Street, and police sirens are a systematic aspect of the law enforcement and the ambulance, which are mere substitution for the police. They use their sirens when police perhaps unitarily decide that maybe they've been surfacing a little too much than the ambulance or the fire truck. But the point is the use of the sirens. As I was walking through the parking lot, total silence, and then as I turned the corner at Starbucks, the sirens suddenly start to sound. The same occurred as I sat inside of McDonald's for a few hours, and upon my exit, the sirens started to sound. While I sat inside of McDonald's and I viewed a specific website about shelters in San Bernardino, as opposed to, the reason why that would be relevant is because I was in Ontario. As soon as I searched that on the internet, the sirens started to sound. It is a consistent part of the pattern of conduct. That is why it is relevant. And it is police, it is the ambulance, it is the fire trucks. And I am standing in front of F Street and 2nd Street in San Bernardino. This is San Bernardino. It's 10:32 p.m. And this is a night, I want to note this. This is a night where AJ volunteered. We want to note the night that he came and abused my personal property, my car, claiming that he was my friend, and he is not, as I have documented him, and this is confirmation. He claimed that he was going to come. I am in San Bernardino. I'm a single female. I am out on my own, which is fine. That's fine. I'll handle it. I just want to state the facts as they are. He, again, just like Tracy Banks, is not what they represent themselves to be. And that is why I am noting that, because he did not show up. It is after 10:30. He could not care less about my being out here in San Bernardino, where my car has been stolen by the police, and where I'm out after 10:30 at night at F and 2nd Street. I just want to note that as part of my documentation too, with what's going on. AJ Kennedy is not my friend. All right, want to document 9:51 a.m. The demons, the gang stalkers at Woodside Senior Apartments. These are the elderly people that are engaged in a statewide system, irrespective of age. That's what the unemployed old people at Woodside demonstrate to you. Those of you who are witnessing the exposure of the demon possessed, the exposure of the reality of Satan, who is a spirit, the reality of what is a massive system, which is revealing public corruption, while the government is engaging in what is keeping American citizens under surveillance, and also criminally targeting such American citizens who are under surveillance, which is already a criminal offense that the government has no warrant or probable cause to engage in, where you are just stalking and monitoring because this is what you do as a way of society in the state, throughout the state. And as I've shown, it's happening in the country. So at 9:51 a.m., at the same time that I slice an orange open, this is when I'm in the kitchen, and that is where the sound of a loud boom is sounding inside of the kitchen area. That's stalking with noise, meaning in the environment where I'm located is where that noise is following me. That noise is also happening with simultaneity to my physical activity. That's also following my activity, and it's pursuant to what is a specific environment, and that's monitoring, and that's also psychological torture, and this is criminal activity that Linda Reyes is being documented for, and Linda Reyes' impunity is also being documented while she's representing what is the malicious guise under which a gang stalker at a workplace who was simultaneously engaging with his criminal surveillance in a sex offense, because she was also monitoring my vagina without my consent, and with knowledge that I know that she's a sex offender, and I know that she's stalking, and she's still stalking while I'm subject to that amplified audible activity inside of this apartment where a bunch of old people live, and they are going to be prosecuted for a system of psychological torture and gang stalking by residents with the state, with the city of Ontario, who is still engaging in what is keeping me under surveillance, and they know that they've been exposed for it. The entity is also the same one that has resorted to stealing evidence while still obsessively stalking, and that is speaking to the mentally ill who fill law enforcement. And these are the closeted psychopaths who fill law enforcement, and their mental illness is shown to you while I document for you to understand the demon possessed that work for law enforcement, who stalk with light, they stalk with audible activity, and they stalk in the path, and they do so very maliciously as gang stalking law enforcement officers who do not want to be identified, number one, as engaging in criminal conduct as a way of operation of law enforcement, and also they don't want to be identified as the demon possessed, and that's exactly what they are. That is the significance of amplified noise sounding inside of this apartment. 9:51 a.m. This apartment is filled with engineered light, as I've also documented, and the defendant, Tracy Banks, is, again, psychopathic conduct, monitoring your own daughter, targeting your own daughter, and engaging in that regardless of the fact that she's aware of it, unapologetic, absolutely absurdly obsessive, and relentless in continuously doing so, in the same way that Linda Reyes' criminal conduct is going to be analyzed and prosecuted in AVANATH Capital Management, the company who was gang stalking with demons in the parking lot bearing HD Supply logos and RGS logos. They are being prosecuted while the entity is engaging in what is criminal interference with quiet enjoyment. This is amplified noise that's happening in sync with what is presence in the engineered light. That's the significance of not just normal loud noise. It's also uncharacteristic because these elderly people are supposed to be living. This is what you would look at on the surface. It's supposed to be designed for a peaceful, quaint neighborhood, and it's absolutely not, while the entity is stalking with the police and stalking with the airport as well. But nonetheless, it is That's just piercing through the unpersuasive veil where the demon possessed are stalking in the specific environment in engineer light and under a fake sun. So this is an entity that is engaged in bathroom monitoring. Okay, because I walk out of the bathroom and I come into the kitchen and the entity is stalking with amplified noise. When my panties are down in the bathroom, they're monitoring. They never forget the sex offenders who are gang stalking. All right. That's the reality of those that are in law enforcement as well, maintaining a duplicitous lifestyle, a way of existence, closeted psychopaths who are engaging in targeting American citizens, and they're doing so with a population. It is currently 9:56 a.m. This is P.O.C.
Alicia? Oh, of course I did.
Not Alicia and her mama, but either one. Call either one.
I'll text her. I'll text her on Messenger. She'll go on camera.
No. Just call her on the radio.
That's what I'm gonna do. Messenger. I will. I'm gonna call on Messenger video. Yeah. Erica was supposed to cut me up some oranges. She didn't do it, but I'm doing it. She's supposed to cut up some oranges. And she came to me, she's like, you want some oranges? And I was like, yeah, I want some oranges. I didn't get cut, but I'm good.
This is audible activity, relevant positioning, and the use of a communication device as well. And this is pacing through the apartment with Eric Spencer monitoring with her.
Yeah, I am.
This is Malice.
I sure am. Erica, did you forget my oranges? Erica, did you forget my oranges? You were supposed to cut up oranges. You asked me. Huh? You were supposed to cut me up an orange. Okay, fine. No, I'm not. It should curse me out. No.
Engineer light and the fake sun is over the apartment. The same apartment that it is at 4 p.m. Like I showed in the images yesterday evening, and Eric Spencer is intentionally monitoring with her. This is the entity acting in furtherance of murder and kidnapping with malice. Blatant disregard also for the consequences. Pacing from the kitchen to the bedroom under the fake sun. It's 10:38. Eric Spencer, Tracy Banks' phone records to prosecute them for conspiring with the state and targeting me together, and furtherance of murder and kidnapping with impunity and malice.
Thank you. Thanks. Thank you. Okay, bye. Thank you.
Door open, engineer light in the apartment, on the ceiling, in the air. Eric's voice as audible activity. And that's your relatives gang stalking you. These two are violent sex offenders. They're also engaged in the incestuous sex offense of monitoring my vagina as well. Doing so with knowledge also about what I published on the internet pertaining to police being gang stalkers. And this is also how psychopaths resort to what are acts of retaliation, gang stalking. And Eric and Tracy Banks are also particularly perturbed and also disgruntled based on my documentation that I published, not just about them, but the fact that I am documenting it and I'm prosecuting it, and that they were not able to accomplish secretly targeting me, criminally defaming me, and kidnapping me with the state. Hence, your mother and your brother targeting you together, engaging in the demonic pattern of conduct. The fake son is over this apartment building. Tracy Banks walks away from the apartment building with her gang-stalking, demon-possessed son, Eric Corey Spencer, license plate JABO. He is residing in the facilitating venue of Oakland, California, where the son is not at the same time over him. He is calling with the intent and the malicious purpose of engaging what is federal stalking, and also sharing the elements of monitoring gang stalking, engaging in the surveillance with the demons that are in relevant position. It is currently 10:40 a.m. The entity is keeping engineer light around the front door. And also, I'm going to go ahead and capture the environment where Eric Spencer is gang stalking with Tracy Banks together. These are the third parties that are acting with impunity. Linda Reyes, in other words, is gang stalking with Eric and Tracy. You don't have to physically be in my path to be engaging in the elements of monitoring. It is relevant to also federal stalking in violation of Title 18. And Eric is engaging in what is years of impunity, documented impunity, and criminal defamation. Eric is going to federal prison. All right. He is engaging in the pattern of conduct with the hitman, the very heavily documented Tracy Banks, a gang stalker. He shares in that mental illness. He shares in that obsessive endeavor, spiritually attacking, harboring animosity. This is a demon-possessed person that can be in your bloodline. This is what you're understanding here. You're recognizing those who are not above what is targeting you with the state when I'm exposing what is public corruption, and the government that's engaging in surveillance is targeting individuals through their family, through their friends, through their spouses, through their peers, wherever it is that you go. Even if you call yourself going to church, you're surrounded by a bunch of demons who are monitoring you. This is the entity that's engaging in that P.O.C. It's 10:41 a.m. An impossible light activity fills this apartment while Eric Corey Spencer is gang stalking, and doing so through the means that Tracy Banks very heavily uses, and doing the same thing, by the way, with the Ontario Police Department. In fact, engaging in kidnapping on August 6, 2019, which Eric Corey Spencer knows that I documented that. I referred to that this morning, and this is where you're getting to what is real-time knowledge and a psychopath that engages in more, that's would be defined as retaliatory conduct to his own demise, though. That psychopath is going to the appropriate facility. He belongs in federal prison, so he can't collect food stamps anymore, while he should be a grown man working a full-time job and paying for his own foods instead of gang stalking his sister and being mad because I'm reporting you to the feds. You're going to federal prison. It is currently 10:42 a.m. and he belongs in federal prison. People like Eric Corey Spencer are the types that will murder people that they don't even know and feel no way about it. And this is domestic terrorism that's happening in the United States, and I'm exposing it while my own bloodline is targeting me. These are demons also. That's the ability to target, because I could never do that to a stranger, let alone to my own. I don't care if I didn't have a relationship with someone in my family. I would never do this to anyone. You couldn't pay me, you couldn't threaten me, you couldn't coerce me, and that's also why I'm targeted. By the way, but these are those who are in darkness. These are the demon possessed doing the work of their father, the devil, and that is including Tracy Banks, and that's including Eric Corey Spencer, gang stalking together in a very heavily documented method. He's engaged in kidnapping on April 6, 2019, and there's no statute of limitations. He is going to federal prison. It is currently 10:43 a.m. This is P.O.C. Alrighty, the demon in unit number 55, who is gang stalking with Eric Corey Spencer. You're understanding how the elements of monitoring are at play. And the entity is engaging on what is stalking with audible noise at the moment that I am capturing images of what is the shadow of my hand appearing on the west living room wall beneath the television. And this, as the moment that I take that picture, the demon in unit 55, who was engaging in the same pattern of conduct while that demon was stalking, monitoring me while I'm sleeping, again, is obsessed with my vagina, monitoring while I'm indisposed in the bathroom, and is monitoring while I'm in the living room, taking pictures of impossible light activity. This is a very foolish criminal defendant in a federal case, because she's engaging in what is audible activity and what is engineered light. And she literally, like I said, this is the entity that's gang stalking, and this is what Eric Spencer is engaging in with the entity that's in units 33 through 64. They are going to federal prison and mental asylums for gang stalking and all the ways in which this population is maintaining the elements of monitoring in all such manners, such as being on a communication device like Eric Spencer demonstrated for your understanding. He is on the phone, on speakerphone, while Tracy Banks is pacing through the apartment that's filled with engineered light, and the fake sun is over her front door, the same front door that it's over at 4 p.m. So I'll go ahead and give you a screenshot so you can look at and remind yourself about the environment where Eric Spencer is intentionally targeting his own sister for profit, and also based on what is his no longer closeted mental illness. This is psychopathic behavior where you would engage in targeting your sister that has never targeted him, that has never done anything to him. In the same way that this elderly unemployed sex offender in Unit 55 is engaging in what is late night gang stalking, pacing directly above me where I'm at the couch, and she's doing so while I capture images of my shadows appearing on the west living room wall underneath the TV, while the fake sun is above the building where it's going to be 6 hours from now. This is P.O.C. Eric Spencer's license plate again is JABO. He is engaged in federal stalking with the demon in unit number 55, who's also engaged in federal stalking. She's also engaged in what is stalking in violation of the Violence Against Women Act. She's also engaged in what is criminal surveillance with the government that has no warrant or probable cause to be violating literally my right to be free from an unreasonable search, from ongoing stalking that is accomplished vicariously with psychopaths that pace inside of their apartment, and that's supposed to be the guise under which the building sounds like it's crashing in, it's imploding. These are demons that are very highly unintelligent, and that's obvious because they sit under a fake sun that's over the building for 11 hours every day. And that's exactly what's underway in Los Angeles also, where the demons were gang stalking me with Michael Moore and Dominic Choi's Los Angeles Police Department, where they are engaging in that pattern of conduct under an idle fake son, which I also was diligent enough to document in order to understand what is the pattern of conduct where a bunch of elderly people at Woodside Senior Apartments are going to federal prison for it, including Linda Reyes. All right, Linda Reyes is gang stalking. It's 10:47 a.m. And her place of employment is the reason why she's going to federal prison. And also then what is her ongoing documented impunity? The entity is acting as one while they are stalking with amplified noise, while they're stalking with engineered light, while they're engaging in psychological torture, while they're exhibiting impunity toward what are inevitable consequences for terrorism in the United States, while they're demonstrating the levels of malice that they are capable of in terrorizing and stalking someone on behalf of a corrupt government that has no legitimate interest in doing any of the above. They're going to be prosecuted as the entity that they are, and then they're going to stand in federal court and face it individually for the totality of that crime. And it is in furtherance of murder and kidnapping. Linda Reyes is indeed going to federal prison, and this is again Daryl J. Carter's problem. AVANATH Capital Management is going to be prosecuted. You're going to see the images uploaded to the Google Drive. Again, it's 10:48, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3. 6 hours later, the fake sun is over the same edge of the apartment. As I pointed my hand to it, you'll see the fake sun as I documented the amplified booming while I was in the kitchen. I took a picture of the fake sun, and then you're reminded about where it's at 4 o'clock. That's hours from now, where the demons are engaging in what is stalking. You're not going anywhere. In other words, with that fake sun, essentially, you're not going anywhere when you're maintaining just an ongoing vacillation of identities who are maintaining presence and engineered light, maintaining noise and engineered light, and engaging in what is understanding stalking, okay? And stalking is that which is pursuant to monitoring, and that's the significance of everything that's happening in that environment, which is psychologically harmful. That harm is going to be a basis of compensation, substantial compensation, all right, for incalculable harms that the voyeurist sought to inflict and then sat back and watched me as well. That's also relevant to the pockets that I'm going to drain, okay, as a matter of justice. It's currently 10:49 a.m. Amplified audible activity while the demons are being documented in images. And this is, again, the entity that is engaging in a pattern of also stealing evidence. That's literally also another federal no-no, and that's relevant when demons like Linda Reyes and the demon in unit number 55, again, her license is 5WUB715. The entity is going to be prosecuted for the documented pattern of theft of evidence while conspiring to kidnap upon criminal defamation, assertion of criminal conduct that I never committed, assertion of what is mental illness that I do not suffer from, engaging in what is psychological torture and the inhumane program of monitoring upon what is stalking as a whole entity, and doing so while also engaging in the sick behavior of voyeurism, doing things like watching me on camera, watching me disrobe, stalking and monitoring me in the bathroom when I'm physically indisposed, engaging in more such sexual violence and predatory behaviors as I document and expose sex offenders, and doing so as a routine pattern of conduct as well, including through your incestuous sex offending gang stalking relatives, such as Tracy Banks and Eric Corey Spencer. It is currently 10:50 a.m. The entity is amplifying audible activity. Light is on the ceiling now. When I first started documenting it, there was no light on the ceiling. I took pictures of it. I'm going to take pictures upon completing this podcast. And this is how the entity is maintaining engineered light. This is the apartment where Eric Spencer is monitoring me. And Eric Spencer is monitoring a federal prosecutor. This is very foolish. He's going to federal prison. This is impunity. This sort of terrorism is exactly what you are going to confront. And this is relevant to the psychopaths, the mentally ill who are a part of law enforcement agencies. This condition, this behavioral pattern is what the police departments, this is what sheriff's departments, this is what law enforcement is engaging in when they're monitoring. And they're all monitoring and they're all collectively witnessing me expose them. This, by the way, in the middle of the afternoon, like I documented days ago, after 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock in the afternoon, which is 2 hours from now, and you hear the entity sounding sirens, that's the city of Ontario, that's specifically monitoring me. The fake sun is over me. That's audible activity. It's not coincidentally when I'm talking about the entity, the psychopaths, the closeted, mentally ill who are engaging in what is having positions in government, public officials who are demon possessed, raging, maniacal psychopaths on the loose. In the same way that the demon is pacing in an apartment, in order to monitor somebody else. And my vagina should be no business of hers, but it is. She cannot get enough of keeping me under surveillance, and that sex offender is going to be prosecuted and appropriately labeled. They need to be removed from law enforcement as well. It is currently 10:51 a.m. This is P.O.C. Rebecca Lorraine Spencer here. The following is an audio version of video evidence that is captured for purposes of mass distribution, which is why I am capturing it and sharing it on the podcast for evidentiary purposes and also to reveal the wealth of documentation that extends beyond what it is that I document on podcasts. Much of the video and images will be published onto the YouTube channel, the P.O.C, and it is also shared on the Google Drive. Again, this is for purposes of revealing what I remain subject to, which is federal group stalking and monitoring. It is a demonic system of state surveillance that the government is practicing in concert with the people of the state, and it should be known and well understood that for the government to engage in federal group stalking and monitoring, this is a crime that is committed with a criminal purpose to threaten the life of an American citizen. This is to conspire to murder and or permanently kidnap an American citizen while engaging in a perpetual sex offense in concert with the people of the state. Linda Reyes' federal prison term. Here you go. Flying right over the apartment while I'm taking pictures of the fake sun that's still here after 4 p.m. That's the Ontario Police and Mike Lorenz's removal from law enforcement. And he's keeping me under surveillance while the demon in unit number 55 is stalking in the path right here. This is where amplified noise is happening. This is where the fake sun is at 4:04 p.m. yesterday evening. This is called stalking in the path while a demon is in position accessing the trunk. That's called crossing path while a demon is driving south on Vine Avenue. This is what the people in all of these apartments are sharing engagement in. And this is while the demons listened to me expose law enforcement this morning on my podcast, engaging in federal stalking. There's no coincidences here, especially when the fake sun is still here from sunrise until sunset. And that's exactly why they're going to federal prison, such as Corey Watson, Jason Knighton's going to federal prison, the entity that's engaging in what is gang stalking by police departments. And this is exposing the mentally ill that are a part of law enforcement. This is exactly what gang stalking looks like. These are demons who are monitoring. They were doing so at what is 8:49 in the morning on May 8th, P.O.C. All right, and this is not helping Linda Reyes. Linda Reyes is going to federal prison. They just concluded what Linda Reyes is doing and who she's doing it with. And the entity is doing so while they are aware of the fact that they're being documented for domestic terrorism in the United States. They're doing this at 5:57 in the afternoon under the fake sun that's still over this apartment building. They're doing so at what is 8:49 in the morning while this fake sun is over this same apartment building, like I documented Linda Reyes gang stalking under, and the Ontario police arrive moments later, and that's through perceptible means because they're always present, engaging in surveillance, monitoring my vagina. That's why the law enforcement of Ontario police are being disbanded. This is the gang stalking demons who engaged in repeated acts of kidnapping. And they're providing evidence against the people of the state at Woodside who are going to prison. This is Daryl J. Carter's problem. He's going to be prosecuted. This is a facilitating venue. That's called crossing paths. She's gang stalking with the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department at 12:37 in the afternoon while the fake sun is right here. She's doing the same thing while I'm documenting the entity gang stalking under the fake sun, like I just documented HD supply under the fake sun in the morning. This is not sunlight, where the Ontario Police Department are stalking in a helicopter. And they're doing so with the people of the state. The government is engaging in what is criminal conduct in concert with the people of the state, and flying over my head is an unlawful threat by a corrupt law enforcement agent. And this is exactly what Michael Moore is documented engaging in. This is exactly what the former chief of the San Bernardino Police Department on October 3rd, 2019, like you heard me documenting, evidence that this same gang stalking entity stole while engaging in this sort of egregious terrorism, and then seeking to, don't forget what the Ontario Police Department simultaneously did while gang stalking and psychologically torturing, stealing evidence of it, and also criminally defaming in order to kidnap. That's why demons like Jason Knighton, Corey Watson, Eric Corey Spencer, gang stalking with that police department, Tracy Banks, the demons inside of this building, they're going to federal prison. That malice is clear on its face while you see the police departments engage in what is a wealth of evidence, very direct and obvious and plain, with regard to demon possession and malicious criminal activity. The entity is doing so with knowledge pursuant to federal stalking that they're engaging in. And this is the inability of the demon possessed to control themselves. If you'll recall, on April 8, 2025, at 3:01 p.m., the entity is flying in the same manner that you just saw with the fake sun in the same position while I'm at this same exact location at 3:01 in the afternoon. This is the demons of the Ontario Police Department showing the world what demon possession looks like and why the demon possessed, which is becoming legally relevant because the government is practicing a satanic targeting system, which is identified in an environment where the sun is not going to be at what is 10:57 in the morning over the same location like it is where the Ontario Police flies right over my head right here at 3:01 p.m. with knowledge of who I am and what I'm documenting. And the sun is never going to be in an environment where it's rising at 7:21 in the morning and it's still over the same property at what is 10:58 a.m. This is not simultaneously in a natural environment over me at Alvarado Gardens in Los Angeles, where I'm documenting the Los Angeles Police Department engaging in the same behavioral pattern of harassment and targeting, also with knowledge, simultaneity, with regard to what I'm documenting about them on my communication device in that supernatural environment. Those are demons that lack self-control, and they certainly have no legal strategy. The Paul Leon is being removed from office in the same way that Karen Bass shall not remain in office, acting in furtherance of trying to murder and kidnap me, falsely depict my character by gang stalking me in hundreds of videos and helicopter associated to both departments. This is speaking to what is necessarily being placed in federal prison, being placed in mental asylums, and also being disbanded as corrupt police departments. This is an act of retaliation while Eric Spencer and Tracy Banks, which you hear on the podcast, are monitoring me together. I'm capturing impossible light activity, and the demons of the Ontario Police, Mike Lorenz and Derek Williams, were engaging in the same pattern for years. This is the airport that's engaged in gang stalking. This is the police department engaged in gang stalking. This is Michael Gherkin's fire department, the demon-possessed fire chief engaged in gang stalking. You see them under the fake sun that's here after 12 o'clock in the afternoon, right over me. That's called amplified audible activity and engineered light. That's not the sun. It's right here at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. This is the prosecution of the state. All right, and they're all sex offenders monitoring my vagina in this bathroom inside of this apartment as well, while the Ontario Police Department are again failing in an endeavor to secretly target someone in the United States, and just gave the blueprint for why gang stalking police officers shall be permanently removed from law enforcement and placed in federal prison. It is currently 10:59 a.m. This is P.O.C. Everybody in units 33 to 64, these two buildings, they're going to prison for what the Ontario Police Department just did on video. P.O.C. Let me show you this impossible light that has nothing to do with the fake sun that's outside of the apartment. Engaging in documented acts of retaliation like the Ontario Police Department just did is what is speaking to the gang stalking by the people of the state. The demon in Unit 55 is creating ongoing amplified noise while engineered light is inexplicable on the ceiling that has nothing to do with the sun. It's not reflecting off of objects through the closed window where there's engineered light creating two shadows of my hand outside, and then also piercing through closed blinds with window coverings, and it's reflecting off of someone. It has nothing to do with the fake sun. This is stalking with light, and the Ontario Police Department just demonstrated what stalking with light looks like. They're monitoring. This is engineered light. This is all engineered light that's framing the front door. The Ontario Police Department, Mike Lorenz, in the same way that Derek Williams and the Ontario Police Department, as I documented from 2018 to 2022, are engaged in the criminal system of domestic terrorism, which is underway through corrupt law enforcement agencies in the state of California, and that's what's happening in this country. And engaging what is trying to terrorize in order to silence me, these slow learning, inept, violent, sociopathic demons and violent sex offenders resort to all that they know, and I document their only tactic, gang stalking and helicopters, and that spectacular evidence is covering my YouTube channel and my website, where I'm going to document and also literally provide a tutorial for recognizing domestic terrorism in the United States. The people of the state are going to federal prison. Linda Reyes is going to federal prison. The Ontario Police Department did this at 8:49 in the morning on May 8th, 2025 as a criminal act of retaliation because I'm documenting that sex offender. She's going to federal prison, and this is indeed Daryl J. Carter and AVANATH Capital Management's problem, civilly and criminally. This is P.O.C. All right, just as an aside, I want you to see this light activity that's appearing behind furniture. So I just want you to see what's going on. The fake sun is outside of the building. The fake sun doesn't go anywhere. It's still here after 6 p.m. Documented that. Yesterday, I'm documenting at 4:04 p.m. over the same building where the Ontario Police Department, that's the city, the law enforcement agency, is engaged in terrorism and psychological torture and keeping me under surveillance as I document and expose it. The entity is stalking with engineered light. This is light that is manifesting out of nowhere, okay? And that's creating what is magnified size of shadows. And so I'm going to show you as I put my hand up in the air and what is my shadow that's appearing as I put my hand in it. I reach down at the ground, and this is light that's again manifesting on the ceiling. This is where the Ontario Police is maintaining what is surveillance using helicopters, and they're also using criminally abusing what is the militarization of these gang stalking police departments is to keep American citizens under surveillance and also murder them, kidnap them in order to obstruct justice. That's not happening with me. The Ontario Police Department has targeted me because they're being disbanded, and they are going to be the poster for the billboard, the example regarding what terrorists like the Ontario Police Department, like the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, are going to be subject to, like the Los Angeles Police Department are going to be subject to when they are trying to murder and defame American citizens that they are keeping under surveillance. This is P.O.C. This is the evidence that the entity is suppressing on the venue of the internet. Even that's relevant to the prosecution of third parties like Google, third parties like YouTube. YouTube is Google. The entity is simultaneously suppressing my evidence. The entity is also engaging in what is a pattern of stealing my evidence, and then also still gang stalking me. So keeping that threat ongoing and then trying to suppress it even while I capture it. And that's going to be part of the prosecution as well. It is current. This is impossible light activity. It's 11:03 a.m. This is criminal interference with quiet enjoyment as AVANATH and AVANATH's employees are going to prison. This is P.O.C. All right, the video that you just listened to is documentation pursuant to what is real-time knowledge that is speaking to surveillance that I am subject to and that you are subject to. Those of you who are listening in the United States, we are all under surveillance. Everything that you are doing in your home, everything that you are doing out in what is referred to as the public with regard to the constitutional laws that govern how properties are categorized and designated, and that's also determining the legality or illegality of any conduct, any behavior that's underway. The facilitating venue is what is going to govern, because in public and in so-called private properties like Woodside Senior Apartments, the government's engaging in what is unconstitutional surveillance. And also that admission of surveillance is underway while I document inside of this apartment, and the entity engages in a documented pattern of harassment, amplified audible activity in the form of what is helicopter, flying in circles over the apartment via helicopter. It's not a coincidence that I engaged in what is documentation regarding gang stalking police officers and the police engaging in what is flying over my head a series of times in helicopter. That's not a coincidence either. And there are no coincidences when you're understanding surveillance in the specific environment, and also when I'm documenting that and I am then at the same time subject to more of that. That's not a coincidence either. The entity is engaging in what is very foolish behavior. You're understanding what is psychopathic, what's the national security concern. Alan D. Wapner's mental illness is put on full display while commercial planes are amplified in volume, which is impossible audible activity. And there is no terminals anywhere near Woodside Senior Apartments that you would even be at this elevation to hear a plane. But nonetheless, the entity is engaging in a pattern of stalking with amplified noise and the reminiscent of plane activity. This is happening while the entity is stalking at the same time with the city of Ontario via helicopter. That is the criminal expenditure of resources by the government to keep me under surveillance, and you are under surveillance as well. And everything that you're doing in your apartment, what you do on the internet, what you view on the internet, what you're consuming, regardless of you're purchasing Norton or McAfee, you need to understand that you don't have any privacy, and what your personal business is, the government is keeping you under surveillance is what you need to know, number one. And it's also demonic. These are demons that are hostile while they fly over me in a very obvious manner. This is going to be the forefront of the prosecution of not only the Ontario Police Department and all those who are going to federal prison inevitably, but the people of the state such as Eric Spencer and Tracy Banks, who engaged in repeated acts of kidnapping with that same corrupt department that resorted to a documented act of retaliation where I'm documenting my fake family, Eric Spencer and Tracy Banks, license 9HUZ740, and Eric Spencer, license JABO in Oakland, California, where they are engaging in federal stalking with the Ontario Police Department, gang stalking me with the Ontario Police Department, doing so with the people of the state at Woodside Senior Apartments, which is in concert with the people of the state. All they're doing is pacing in traffic. All they're doing is pacing, coming on and off of the property grounds, monitoring as employees, as residents, as the population that's engaging in what is activity creation. None of them are in sunlight. As I put my arm in the light that's on the air cooler outside, and you see two shadows of my arm, as you can listen to the video that I captured the impossible light activity. You can look at the video as well on the website, on the YouTube channel at the P.O.C, and also on the P.O.C website at thisisthepoc.wordpress.com. And you will see light that is behind the television, absolutely impossible light activity. And I can, as I bend down to the floor and put my hand in it, and remember there's a covered patio outside, so there's no light that's coming from the sun that's shooting at an angle toward the ground underneath that covered structure of that patio, and light's going to appear behind the television, the TV stand. It's also not ricocheting off of the window of the living room, creating two shadows as I put my arm in it to show you that they're all stalking because they're monitoring an engineered light. And they're doing so with the police department that I gave an extensive review about the corruption of those police. Those closeted psychopaths, they manifest, those demons manifest as I speak to it. And that's the explanation behind open and obvious and very unequivocal stalking and harassment. Like I said, I can't control what they're doing in the helicopters, but I capture it in documentation. And the unmistakable pattern is the fake sun is over my head and the engineer light surrounds while the demons are always flying over me in helicopters and following me around from place to place and from city to city. All right, from hotel to hotel as I went from state to state, and the entity kept the fake sun over me in Las Vegas. Okay, well, in August of 2024, which is the same time, the fake sun is remaining over the courtyard by Marriott as I documented both the sunrise at 7:51 in the morning and I exit at 12:08 p.m. and that fake sun is in the same manner that it is at Woodside, where the Ontario Police Department is gang stalking me in helicopter. Now that's terrorizing. That is actual terrorism. It's a threat. It's an unlawful threat. It's an inhumane threat to an American citizen who has the wherewithal to document that. And that's a documented pattern of conduct of the Ontario Police and the Los Angeles Police Department in that supernatural environment, engaging in very psychotic things such as flying around in circles all around me. Wherever I'm at, am I in a car, where I'm in my apartment, where I'm at work, the demons are engaging in what is pacing. This is what they were doing on May 8, 2025 at 8:49 in the morning, where that fake sun was in the same position that it was at 10:50 while I'm capturing video today. And you're mindful of all of the time frame, literally every hour of the day the Ontario Police Department is documented on video stalking. That's the significance of that specific environment, and they're doing so while they know very well about everything because that I stated on my podcast and that I captured, because they're engaging in surveillance, like I stated, and that which the evidence proves. And while they engage in that inability to control those demons that are using them and are embarrassing them and are serving to what are going to be an unprecedented prosecution in concert with the demon possessed that are gang stalking with those demons lacking self-control, stalking me in a helicopter, because all the people of the state are going to federal prison at Woodside as well in units 33 through 64. Engaging what is threatening the target individual, doing so through gang stalking police who are using things such as helicopters, engaging in things such as kidnapping, like the Ontario Police have, criminal summoning, targeting you in concert with your family, like Tracy Banks and Eric Spencer represent. That's speaking to federal prison inevitably, while also engaging in what is a pattern of stealing evidence. The demon is incapable of controlling themselves, and that simultaneity of conduct, meaning as I capture the screenshot of the 4:04 p.m. fake sun and the 9:36 a.m. fake sun. Let me go ahead and get what time that screenshot was, because that's when the entity begins stalking by helicopter in a perceptible manner. Because the demons are incapable of controlling themselves, they are outraged as I expose them, their condition, and I expose their criminal conduct. But I expose this. This has been proven years ago. So this is why the government is also going to be prosecuted, not only because the entity is stalking through police departments who commit murders. They are serial killers exposed. They are sex offenders. They are literally the ones that engage in criminal conduct, and then they are engaging in the duplicitous behavior as being the one that arrives to investigate it. This is not ordinary public corruption. And the ability to engage in gang stalking, terrorizing, and psychologically torturing an American citizen, which is psychopathic, that voyeuristic, that sick, animalistic, barbaric, Neanderthalic behavior is that which is capable of taking the lives of innocent American citizens. That's the whole purpose behind gang stalking in helicopters. It is to pose the highest threat. It is to psychologically harm. It is to traumatize. It is to threaten. It is to pose the highest threat that you could possibly fathom by following someone around, stalking them, and monitoring them using helicopters, also while they're documenting it in evidence. Doing so in a manner in helicopter is supposed to be that which the ordinary target individual cannot establish and prove that it is them in particular specifically who's being targeted, and we are well beyond that point. The entity is gang stalking with the Ontario Police before they arrived in helicopter. That's exactly what License 5WB715 and Linda Reyes and every other employee of AVANATH Capital Management are sharing engagement in. The psychopath in Unit 55, just like she was at what is 9:59 p.m., when the demons, including the demons of the Ontario Police Department, monitoring me while I'm sleeping, monitoring while a psychopath is pacing inside of their apartment in the middle of the night over the couch where I'm positioned, focused on me being asleep. In the same way that you are listening to me record my podcast and the audible activity of the amplified ceiling cracking and the walls popping and whatnot, that's something that I would not be able to hear through my headphones being on. These demons are engaging what is targeting through amplified audible activity. In the same way that when the demons of the Ontario Police Department fly right over my head, the ground does not start shaking. The doors don't start rattling. You don't hear any metal that starts making any jingling, ringing bells. But the entity is engaged in sensational activity creation such that the building begins vibrating and shaking and sounding like roarous, thunderous activity when they are stalking me and monitoring with a terrorizing means of sensational activity. Those are people that are demonstrating demon possession. In the same way that it's executed by a demon who is unemployed, who is over 55, who puts peroxide in her hair, who monitors my vagina in the bathroom where she lives in Unit 55 with license 5WB715. She exhibits demon possession while the ceilings and the walls sound like they are crackling and crumbling as she is psychopathic by walking back and forth above me in Unit 55. She is doing so under an idle fake sun that she is under with that same police department at 12:15 p.m. on November 6, 2024. She is under that fake sun right now, like I documented, which is at what is 10. Let me get this really quick. This is at what is. Oh, and the demon is stalking with amplified noise in real time. The entity is going to federal prison. The demon that flew in helicopter, they're going to federal prison. The demon that's in units 33 to 64, they're going to federal prison. And the demons are on real-time monitoring. As surely as you saw the Ontario police provide evidence against each one of them, and also the state of California that's very much engaged in surveillance and what is gang stalking, which is demonic. The demon is stalking with noise with simultaneity to my touching my phone screen. It is at what is May 16th, 11:03 a.m. This demon is stalking with amplified noise and is doing more so. This is the demons, the spirit of Satan that is engaging what is the use of the people around me while they are monitoring. This is demonic activity. This is demon possession. That is no longer a secret to you. It's prosecution for criminal conduct. It's government action, and monitoring is pursuant to what is surveillance. And it's also surveillance that also the entity, the demon possessed, demonstrate that they're engaged in online in a supernatural environment. And the entity is engaging what is monitoring while in real time they're being documented for prosecution as terrorists in the United States. And the Ontario Police Department doesn't cease to be engaged in that. The city of Ontario, Paul Leon, doesn't cease to be engaged in that because those demons flew away in helicopter. What they did was put themselves on my camera yet again, confirming everything that I stated about the mentally ill who need to be removed from law enforcement. They are coming and providing what is an amen to the truth that I'm speaking about their thievery, about their mental illness, about their predatory dysfunctions, about their practicing of witchcraft, about their demon possession and their criminal disposition with regard to the Constitution, with their disqualification from law enforcement because of that mental illness. Okay. It is currently, by the way, 11:16 a.m. and the demons are indeed, let me see, engaging in what is, 11:01 a. Excuse me. That's not 11. The entity is gang stalking by helicopter at what is 10:54 a.m. And this is where I'm capturing these screenshots of the fake sun that is over the same building where the Ontario Police Department just engaged in what is flying over me by a helicopter as I capture, and the demons are infuriated by it. At 10:53 and 21 seconds, I capture the screenshot, which you will see uploaded to the Google Drive, and then I'll remind you about the surveillance that the city of Ontario, the demon-possessed, the criminals that are referring to themselves, the terrorist organization that's referring to themselves as a police department, they're engaged in criminal surveillance, they're engaged in domestic terrorism, they're engaged in psychological torture. That is not law enforcement. That is not law-abiding behavior. It is also a matter of public corruption. Public corruption is also a federal offense. It's a problem. It's a criminal act. It's a criminal system as well. This is criminal activity that police officers as a whole department, which Mike Lorenz is being removed from the position that he is currently in because of his criminal conduct that he is sharing with Derek Williams, the demon that was in that position before him. And the entity is engaging in this pattern of conduct while they're engaging in federal stalking. The Ontario Police Department is stalking in violation of the Violence Against Women Act, 34 U.S.C. 12291. The Ontario Police Department is engaged in federal stalking, Title 18, Section 2261A, subsections 1 and 2. The Ontario Police Department is engaged in what is stalking as an entity, gang stalking, and it's demonic. And it is that which I have have not only exposed, but I also advocate with regard to how to prosecute it. And it is pursuant to an American citizen's need to publish the evidence online. And I want to be clear, what YouTube is doing is what the entity will not do. I'm going to prosecute for what the entity is currently doing. It's happening because I'm going to document it. I'm going to expose it. I'm going to be compensated for it as well, because it's an unlawful threat. While you see the gang stalking police who bear weapons, who engage in a pattern of kidnapping me, engaging in a pattern of assault and battery and poisoning my person pursuant to criminal defamation, who are obsessively stalking and also sexually violating and offending me, and engaging in what is behavior that is psychopathic with regard to being exposed and then engaging in more of it. That treachery is what the entity online is engaging in together while they suppress my evidence. And they're intentionally doing so because surveillance is underway on the internet. Surveillance is underway literally on the platforms where your content is also being targeted for reasons that are outside of any sort of basis that any platform has any grounds to interfere with, including the fake Sun documentation, as well as what is documenting the government that is stalking you. And that is superseding any sort of company or platform's so-called rules and guidelines when they're violating their own guidelines in order to target your content that is evidence to prove an unprecedented criminal conduct. Unprecedented criminal conduct. So while I'm documenting this video documentation, this is the same evidence that YouTube, Google is suppressing, while suppressing my name and identity and my YouTube channel and my website, the P.O.C. website. This is intentionally suppressed online while they show you also put hundreds of views on videos where you are only getting a piece of what is the bigger picture, such as somebody in the path in the specific environment under the fake sun with their hazard lights on. And hundreds of people click on that video, get views on that. But the demons that you see at 10:54 in the morning flying in circles over me, where the fake sun is over this same building, and that's where it's going to remain as a matter of documentation until 4:04 p.m. because that's exactly what I documented yesterday. And at the minute that I document that in a screenshot, with simultaneity, the Ontario Police Department, who are gang stalking with the unemployed, impoverished that are over 55 at Woodside, putting their co-defendant like Linda Reyes in federal prison where she belongs. She's a raging psychopath. And you are able to know that actually without a shadow of a doubt, actually, because she's sharing in the same exact pattern of conduct, the behavioral pattern that's happening in that specific environment, that supernatural environment, where helicopters are not causing earthquakes, where elderly people walking in their apartments are not causing earthquakes and are creating bombs detonating. They also are not engaging in what is never sleeping and never going to a bedroom and sleeping in a bed like a normal old person would be doing, not the demon possessed that are gang stalking 24 hours a day. And Tracy Banks exhibits this. Tracy Banks walks out of the apartment. She's going to a mental asylum for gang stalking with the Ontario Police Department. All right. And so is Eric Spencer, just like I stated. And his impunity is relevant to what federal prison, to what the punishment of federal prison that mandates that. The Ontario Police Department is putting everybody that is gang stalking with it. That is the government that's acting directly, is putting all of the people of the state in the appropriate position where they belong, prosecuted as domestic terrorists, violent sex offenders, referred to as what is gang stalkers, the demon-possessed population that is being exposed and prosecuted and diagnosed. Okay, this is the entity that's going to be removed from law enforcement. So again, at 10:54, the entity begins in a perceptible manner because the Ontario Police is gang stalking right now through the amplified audible activity of the demon in unit number 55, who is not capable of causing the walls and the ceilings to crack and like they're going to fall in. And in the same way that the sun above the building, regardless of the fact that it's still there 6 hours from now, the sun above the building does not cause sunlight to appear behind the television nearest the floor, light shooting horizontally toward the floor to show my shadow magnified in size, in the same way that the sun above me outside does not cause sunlight to ricochet off of the window, creating the pattern of that window flat on the air cooler outside. And as I put my hand in that light activity, two shadows of my one arm appears. This is where the entity is maintaining presence, which is stalking. That light is relevant to what is monitoring. And that's the significance of what is recognizing the pattern of conduct of what is gang stalking by the demon-possessed who are monitoring American citizens, who are also engaging in surveillance on communication devices via communication devices. Mike Lorenz is particularly emotional and sensitive, and that psychopathic and aggressive outlook is demonstrated through the Ontario Police Department engaging what is documented domestic terrorism with the people of the state, as I am on the same day referring to evidence that law enforcement stole, evidence that the demons of the corrupt law enforcement agency stole because of the truth that I speak about their mental illness, about their appetite for sexual violence, about their engagement and what are being in other words, mandated serial killers and criminals that are given positions where we are conditioned to believe that we actually need them, where they are the ones that are facilitating and perpetrating criminal acts against American society, while it is keeping us as American citizens under surveillance in violation of our constitutional state and federal constitutional rights and against our human rights. Because the government doesn't give us the right to be free from another person enslaving us. That is a God-given right. God himself is not forcing himself on anyone. You can choose to accept the free gift of salvation, which is given only in Christ Jesus. No man, no creature, and certainly no demon, no demon-possessed psychopath and sex offender that works for the Ontario Police Department or the Los Angeles Police Department, the Pasadena Police Department. None of the above are in any position to give you any sort of rights. Those are just examples of abuses that have been inflicted by men. All right. And those men are afflicted with what are spirits, and it's demonic. Okay, the entities engaging what is ongoing amplified audible activity. The entity gang stalking by helicopter is relevant to what is federal prison that Linda Ray is. I want to keep reminding you because Daryl J. Carter's problem is that his property and his employees, as well as his residents and the population, the government itself is gang stalking at AVANATH Capital Management, Woodside Senior Apartment. I'm going to drain the pockets of that company, and I'm also going to criminally prosecute it by name with regard to domestic terrorism being facilitated through the corrupt business practices of AVANATH Capital Management, which it is not ignorantly engaging in. This is a documented pattern of conduct. Every business engaging in what is a statewide P.O.C. of what is engaging in the elements of monitoring where a fake sun, where engineer light is remaining. And as you document the acts of terrorism that I just captured on video, such as a police department flying in circles over my head, terrorizing me under what is in a terrorizing environment where the sun doesn't ever move. It remains over me everywhere that I go. And as I document demons by name, those police departments engage in what are acts of terrorism as well, which is demonic, while they vibrate the building that you're in, while they occur with, engage in activity creation with simultaneity to your documentation, while they like to do so, while they're engaging what is stalking you, while your vagina is exposed, while they engage in their predatory means of monitoring you with knowledge of the fact that you are documenting them. The entity is doing that amongst what is impossible light activity, and the impossible light activity that's framing Tracy Banks's inside of her apartment, around the front door and on the ceiling and behind the television stand, is the light that's covering all the ground. It's not even sunlight. This is understanding what is also not the shared sun that's over me and over you wherever you are in this country, because the sun is, first of all, not an idle object that could ever be 3 hours ahead in Florida, Miami, Florida, when I'm documenting it like I did yesterday and like I took a screenshot, and the demons that were already stalking in a helicopter could not contain themselves anymore and resorted to a criminal act of obstruction of justice by gang stalking, engaging in the elements of monitoring, in other words, via helicopter. But in doing so, it is the provision of evidence to the prosecutor who is going to expose the U.S. government for terrorism, for surveillance in the United States, in California. License 5WB715 is engaging in what is amplified audible activity. She is gang stalking while she is pacing in what is the living room. The living room that's filled with engineer light, the living room that is, I'm showing you the fake sun is over my head. And this fake sun, like I documented in that video, April 8th, 2025 at 3:01 p.m. you will see the Ontario Police Department committing the exact same thing. Now at 10:54, 11, 12, 1, 2, that's 5 hours later, where the entity has the fake sun over my head in that same manner. That's understanding the mentally ill that are stalking with amplified audible activity. They have access to helicopters. They are working for law enforcement. They are the elderly population. They are working for corrupt companies. They are sharing in what is surveillance via communication devices. They are violent sex offenders, and they are doing so as the demon possessed that are in an entirely demonic environment, which you are no longer ignorant to. All right. The demons in units 33 through 64, every single last one of them are going to prison. And the gang stalking by the Ontario Police Department solidifies and confirms that. And this is, again, what LAPD is doing at the same time of year under a fake sun. And as I documented it in the entity engaged in the pattern of covering up the fake sun. And at any point of day, first of all, after I had already documented and continued to document the fake sun both rising and setting while I'm inside of my apartment in Los Angeles at Alvarado Gardens, which is not going to be over Woodside Senior Apartments at any time of year, regardless of daylight savings time, which is only the difference of an hour from what is 9:37 a.m. until 4:04 p.m. The two are not happening at the same time, nor is either one of them happening in the natural environment. This is where the mentally ill, such as Mike Lorenz, Derek Williams, Michael Moore, Dominic Choi, and the current demon that is over the corrupt terrorist organization, who is replacing what is the the corrupt chief of police. Once Dominic Choi was an interim, he was replaced by another where the system of federal group stalking and monitoring gang stalking amongst the corrupt police departments that are the arm, the corrupt executive branch is engaging in what is surveillance in the United States, and it's entirely satanic. And this is what Jim McDonald took over in November of 2024. The same criminal system is underway. The entity is engaging in what is surveillance, and surveillance is pursuant to what is recognizing the environment that you're in. And this is revealing what is also a threat to the public because these are psychopaths. These are specifically the demon possessed who are put in law enforcement for the targeting purposes of Satan and those who are of the devil, who are targeting, first of all, children of God. It is a means of persecution, but also it's a means of targeting anyone that is vulnerable to what is in the ways in which I've shown, because the entity is engaging in what is surveillance of all of us and also masquerading as legitimate law enforcement agencies that we are conditioned to believe that we need in order to protect us, when they are the ones that are aware of criminal conduct that's happening, that's currently underway. When they engage in things such as criminal summoning, somebody's calling the police because a robbery is underway, they're engaged in surveillance. They know about the robbery that's underway. Criminal summoning, when they are then summoned to engage in what is playing cops and robbers as though they're heroes, and they are not. And the Ontario Police Department gang stalking me and keeping me under surveillance is your ability to understand that and witness it. Those are the mentally ill psychopaths that pace in apartments like the demon in Unit 55. That mental illness is what is shared by those that are in law enforcement, including the Ontario Police Department, who demonstrated it on video, stalking under a fake sun in a helicopter while they know that I'm documenting law enforcement and them in particular as a whole department. Okay, that's mental illness, that rage, that maniacal level of hostility, that increase in aggression while you're monitoring and stalking. Why? Because you're mad, because you can't remain appearing as some sort of hero. You want to look a certain way while you want to be the most diabolical, predatory, demented, degenerate type of stalking psychopath that you could possibly be. That's what Satan is mad about. And that anger is demonstrated on video by gang stalking and helicopter in the specific environment. Okay. The demon in that helicopter is engaging in the same thing that the demon in Unit 55 is engaging in, pacing amongst engineer light under a fake sun. That remains over me, and that is the conclusive evidence that the demons of the entire Ontario Police Department are stalking, and that the demons of Woodside Senior Apartments are stalking pursuant to what is a monitoring system. It is the inhumane and unlawful system of surveillance that's underway in the United States. It's 11:30 a.m. This is P.O.C. This is relevant to the corrupt law enforcement agencies who sought to conceal their identities, remove their faces from what is the documentation, the repository of evidence that I maintain, and the malice that is inherent to both gang stalking me like the Ontario Police, and then don't forget all the acts of criminal defamation. And remember who Tracy Banks is threatening to call when I'm not even paying attention to her. I'm documenting, and this demon starts manifesting because she's enraged, not because she's sleeping. She's engaged in spiritual attack, and she's a witch. She doesn't sleep. She's obsessively monitoring me in the spirit, and she's also monitoring and gang stalking, as I've proven, in relevant position. But she is documented many times referencing the gang stalkers of the Ontario Police Department. That's relevant to the malice and the psychopath whose mental illness is no longer closeted, while she is targeting with that same police department that's engaged in criminal acts of defamation. You are not mentally ill when that police department is stalking you and monitoring you in ways in which defy what the ordinary target individual can even speak to or define, let alone understand, where it is also designed to psychologically torture you. That's the purpose behind gang stalking with the police and referring to the police as a means of threatening when you're documenting somebody that's in your family who is targeting you and threatening your life and your safety. Resorting to that is understanding the malice of the kidnapper and the sex offender and those who shall be disbanded as a matter of what justice requires. Kidnapping one person is all that you have to do when you are being documented for federal group stalking and monitoring. And by the way, Paul Leon and the Ontario Police Department have been engaged in far too much domestic terrorism. And this is one less police department that's not even needed. Their criminal conduct has demonstrated how much they are not needed and how much American society is benefited by the disbanding of a bunch of sex offenders and delusional psychopaths who use helicopters, waste thousands, you're talking about years, that's millions of dollars on keeping me under surveillance. And then is engaging what is failing at their campaign to criminally defame me. So then just outright stealing my evidence. so that you can't see and know what the names and license plates and the images of demon-possessed gang stalkers of multiple police departments that I've documented, because they don't want to be identified and associated with demon possession and criminal surveillance, like the Ontario Police Department just demonstrated. The entire state, all law enforcement in California is engaging in what is gang stalking. That's why the one son, as you would compare it to the natural environment, is remaining over this apartment building. That's speaking to the malice that's inherent to the system of surveillance that's underway throughout the state of California. Eric Spencer's going to federal prison while he is up in Oakland, calling on the communication device, aware of my referring to him specifically this morning, just like Tommy Allen Banks did. When I referred to him specifically that same evening he's calling, there's a pattern. It's speaking to federal stalking, knowledge about your being documented. Well, that's just speaking to your mental illness. When you're exposed as a stalker and a psychopath and a weirdo and a sex offender, oh, you engage in more of that. And it's also very foolish when you are a defendant in a federal case. That impunity, that's a bad word in federal court. Judges don't like that. That's a bad thing when you want to ask for mercy regarding your sentencing. Because what we're going to do, we're going to play this tape back. We're going to play the atrocious act of terrorism by a gang stalking an American citizen who has a body of thousands of videos of gang stalking me in helicopter, let alone what I just documented at 10:54 in the morning. And you know where the sun is still going to be relevant to the demon possessed that are stalking as a matter of what is a legal conclusion in that supernatural environment? It's still over this apartment building in the evening, in the same way that the entity does not cease to engage in that surveillance system. Now, to engage in gang stalking, terrorism, and psychological torture with impunity is to demonstrate that you belong in a mental asylum and not getting out. It's demonstrating that you belong there for longer than what would be the default sentencing for domestic terrorism via police, with the police, by residence, by place of employment, with systematic, repeated engagement. All right. The entity is engaging in this pattern of conduct and is fully aware of the fact that every step of it is being documented. And that's relevant to every single last one of their what is a federal prosecution. And the U.S. government's engagement in this pattern of conduct and the U.S. government's engagement in what is obstruction. There is a problem with regard to an investigation where the police are still comfortable enough to fly over my head under the fake sun on video. That's speaking to the absence of a legitimate and effective investigation, by the way, because the entity is engaging in surveillance. And so while I'm referring to an investigation, all the demons are listening to that. The entity is engaging in what is acting with impunity in furtherance of murder and kidnapping. Gang stalking through police is hard evidence of what is the conspiracy to murder somebody and get away with it. The police are the ones that are either committing it. And I want to be clear, you are committing it when you're a part of the entity. You're talking about one person's hands that would commit it, but the entity has killed someone together. It's murder. It's homicide as an entity when you're in a surveillance state. The entity is engaging in what is murder either committed directly by the police, or it's a murder where the entity is engaging in what is the taking of a life vicariously. And then the entity, the demons who are gang stalking police officers, are then claiming that they're going to investigate it and conduct an autopsy. This is psychopathic, delusional conduct. And I'm taking all of that confusion out. These are criminals playing cops and robbers. You see how heavily they're stalking me? They're engaged in surveillance. They know when acts of terrorism are underway, they engage in it. And then they arrive on the scene as though they're heroes engaging in something that's supposed to be benefiting us, protecting us. The criminal conduct of the gang stalkers in California are showing you otherwise. They are a threat. And this is not police hate speech. This is the reality. And they are corroborating, they are confirming it while they still target me. And I'm documenting them. This isn't even a reasonable question now. So it is in your face. This is something that you've been warned of. You have seen it on the news, somebody calling the police, and the person that is calling the police because they fear for their own safety against other people that they are that are attacking them or whatever the circumstances might be, and they end up where they're calling the police, they end up dead. You know why? You don't know anything about the fact that the police are a bunch of mentally sick predators, and they're engaging in surveillance, and that's not hyperbolic. That is not something that's just going to be limited to the Ontario Police Department. It's not going to be, regardless of what the entity has tried to do, it is inevitable. It's not just the Ontario Police. It's not just San Bernardino County. It's the entire state of California. It's beyond the state of California. The environment is letting you know what's going on in your state, wherever you are in this country. The state of Texas does not have the one sun over it anywhere. I'm showing it over at the top of my head. That's requiring that there is more than one son that would remain over you anywhere in Texas for the duration of the day, because it's remaining over me for the duration of the day at this same exact apartment building where the police shared engagement in that gang stalking behavioral pattern, pursuant to real-time documentation that I'm capturing that is very triggering to the psychopaths who are demon possessed and who are stalking and want to do it secretly, and they cannot, and neither, especially law enforcement. They are where I started my investigation. And this investigation is successfully is successfully executed when the demons are drawn out so that you can see them in plain directed light. I like to say daylight, but this is engineer light that they're in. You could see them clearly. While the fake sun is over me, I'm their focal point, and they're stalking someone in unprecedented manners, and we are not in Afghanistan. This is Southern California. All right, this is where the entity is gang stalking, and they're gang stalking somebody that has more than a little bit of the wherewithal to prosecute. And I've already done that. And the entity is going to federal prison. The police department's engaged in gang stalking. They are going to federal prison. You conspired to murder. You're gang stalking someone while you sought to falsely depict my character when you are fully engaged in what is stalking. And the evidence also demonstrates that. In addition to the entity that you're gang stalking with the people of the state, such as Tracy Banks and Eric Corey Spencer, for example, and the psychopaths that resort to pacing in position in an apartment building to monitor me. Those psychopaths are the ones that they're criminally defaming with. That malice is speaking to what the police departments in the United States are serving, and it's a surveillance system and targeting innocent American citizens for purposes of murder and kidnapping, falsely depicting their character so that you cannot allege it against anyone, maintaining the false narrative in media and online and on television, which is entirely irresponsible, and it's also inhumane, and it's a threat to the lives of American citizens who are under surveillance in this country and who are also being targeted. And I could not ask for more of a gift than the police to demonstrate it on the same day that I am going over why law enforcement is a threat and not what is a benefit to society, the society that's kept under surveillance unbeknownst to you. That's not a secret anymore. And while I spoke about that, while I'm referring to evidence that was stolen, while the Ontario police engaged in gang stalking on October 2nd, stealing my vehicle, and then that same entity denying me justice when they do not abide by the laws, the Constitution, the rules of court, and I'm gang stalked in helicopter in Ontario, and then I'm gang stalked the next night by helicopter in San Bernardino on October 2nd and October 3rd, 2019. And I'm also going through what it is that you are deducing from this documentation, which is hard evidence, which is also happening in what is an environment that is entirely supernatural, which you cannot reasonably disregard. That is not a coincidence while the demons engage in what is exhibiting their lack of self-control. That lack of self-control is a threat to American citizens' lives. They lack self-control when they're bearing weapons. They lack self-control when they are put in positions of law enforcement with delusional psychopaths that pace around in circles in their apartment in the middle of the night, early in the morning, and what is engineer light while their shadows are flying about and engineer light is all over the place. They're a bunch of demons, and demons have no place in law enforcement. They don't. The demons of the Los Angeles Police Department, they are a billboard for that. The demons of the Ontario Police Department, they are a billboard for that. And this domestic terrorism is not limited to the Ontario Police, contrary to what the entity would like to limit it to. They would like to, even by theft of my evidence, but it's not that. Nor does the evidence show that or demonstrate that, nor is that reasonable based on the specific environment and the inevitable implications. The surveillance is happening in the specific environment. We're all surrounded by the illusion of the sun being over. The sun is not over you from the beginning till the end of the day. The sun is not over me all day long and then over you at the same time wherever you're at in this country. Okay, and sunlight doesn't cause your shadow to appear both above your head and beneath you. And in the face of that obvious exposure, the demon-possessed, they lack self-control, and they manifest that mental illness as you analyze the behavior of a human being that's been there the whole time. That mental illness is there the whole time. That's why the mentally ill, psychopathic, antisocial, sociopathic people who are demon-possessed should not be in law enforcement. But this is exactly where Satan has them. Because they are engaged in surveillance, and they are the corrupt, strong arm of this surveillance state, which is in this country. And they are murdering people, they're kidnapping them, and they're confining them and keeping them against their will and totally outside of the bounds of the law. In the same way that I've shown that the entity is gang stalking me. It is currently 11:42 a.m. Linda Reyes, again, she's going to federal prison. She is going to federal prison. She is not passing go. She's not collecting $200. She is going to federal prison. And so is every other employee at Woodside. So is every other employee of speaker companies and gang stalking me in furtherance of murder and kidnapping with the corrupt demons of the Los Angeles Police Department who engaged in the identical pattern of conduct, which is pursuant to surveillance on my communication device on the internet, which we are all subject to. And they are the closeted mentally ill. Their mental illness is not closeted anymore. And by the way, a closeted mentally ill population who is demon possessed are not in any position to defame another person and speak of or speculate about the mental health of another, especially while they are maniacal, malicious, mendacious psychopaths who are targeting American citizens. Because that's what they're doing. When you're calling somebody else a paranoid schizophrenic, you're a whole demon-possessed gang stalker who is under an 11-hour idle fake sun. And then you start pacing around in circles more violently and vigorously and aggressively as I speak the truth about your psychopathic obsession with me. Those are the demons that are speculating about the mental health of those who are not sick under any circumstances. They're being targeted amongst a bunch of demons. And this is the reality of the spiritual realm. That is inevitable, and it is inextricably linked to the prosecution of the United States government that's targeting American citizens in satanic means. That satanic means is proven through tangible evidence. Okay, this is the entity that is gang stalking. So license 5WB715, license JABO, license 9HUZ740. The people of the state gang stalking Unit 41, that's AVANATH, Daryl J. Carter's employees. And Unit 41, the entity Linda Reyes is gang stalking while the entity engages in the spectacular act of understanding domestic terrorism in the United States in the specific environment, while they are infuriated because of the intensity, the probative value of my evidence, which no defaming gang stalker can get around. All they do is engage in more violence because they failed in their effort to falsely depict my character successfully. So all you can do is gossip and murmur under your breath, but it is under no circumstances approaching the fact. Now, the fact of pacing around in your apartment to monitor somebody else is speaking to your mental illness. The fact of gang stalking somebody in a helicopter as a whole concern of a police department, that's concerning your mental illness, which is shared. Remember, it's a pattern of conduct. It's just that the demons that don't have any jobs over 55 at Woodside, they pace around outside under the fake sun along this sidewalk in the parking lot and inside of their apartments to monitor me. And they're all violent sex offenders who are very much obsessed with my African-American vagina. Okay, they're stalking a black woman. It has nothing to do with race, but I'm going to throw in every aspect that people will try to deflect from. And no, it's not about race. There may be racist people engaging in the P.O.C, but these are demon-possessed people. This is demonic. This is a demonic environment. It is based on what is the condition, and that condition is relevant to their mental illness. A bunch of psychopaths are stalking together. Gang stalking, surveillance, pursuant to what is monitoring. Understanding monitoring is understanding how an entity is gang stalking one person, all right, which is entirely demented. The entity is doing so with impunity. So again, Mike Lorenz is being removed from law enforcement. AVANATH Capital Management employees are going to federal prison. The gang stalking police officers that I documented engaged in multiple kidnappings, they're going to federal prison. Demons engaged in what is pacing in helicopters, like I documented, their identities are not remaining some sort of mystery. They're going to mental asylums and federal prison. This is domestic terrorism that is exposed in the country, and it is requiring what is not only exposure, but a robust and what is a forceful response by corrupt law enforcement who are put in positions to engage in what is serial killing, to engage in what is facilitating criminal conduct, systematic criminal conduct. And then in that position, then they come in after the fact, after it's committed as an entity, and then they're just merely playing cops and robbers, aware of the conduct that's happening before they're visibly present on the scene. That is entirely sick. And that's what gang stalking police officers, that's their purpose. It's surveillance in the country, in the United States. And this is supposed to be the civilized form of terrorism in the United States, and it is absolutely not. Okay, the amplified audible activity, the impossible light activity, shooting inside of Tracy Banks' apartment is speaking to the lack of civility, the barbarism, the animalistic behavior, and literally the sexually perverted features regarding this criminal system. So this is what a corrupt police department is relying on: a bunch of old people that don't have any jobs and need the government to pay their rent to engage in monitoring someone. And I have overwhelmed them. I've literally suffocated it. I have inundated. They've been inundated with evidence evidence, which they're going to federal prison for. All 144 units are being prosecuted while the Ontario Police Department demonstrate that the state is stalking in the specific environment with them. And they're also all being prosecuted for the ongoing prolonged engagement in psychological torture while I capture this analysis via podcast, which they are doing on a systematic, routine basis. It is the outward demonstration of not only demon possession. That demon possession is what makes psychopaths. It's what makes sex offenders, which is, again, that sick mind that acts out in a sexual manner. This is the entity that's engaging in that pattern of conduct as an entity. And the housing of the gang stalkers at Woodside is directly affected. None of them are remaining in their homes. And the ones in units 33 through 64 and the ones that are working for AVANATH are going to prison. It's currently 11:47 a.m. where the fake sun is remaining until sunset. This is P.O.C. Okay, it is notable impulsible light activity, which is the indicator that the entity is engaging in surveillance. It is the indicator that the entity is, first of all, demon possessed. That's demonic behavior. It's supernatural, which I've also captured on video in real time to prove what is something as satanic as stalking via light. Also with regard to what it is that I'm doing, including on communication devices, and what is crucial for the world to know with regard to witnessing the disbanding of the Ontario Police Department, a demon-possessed terrorist organization masquerading as legitimate law enforcement in this country and in the state of California, and specifically in the city of Ontario. As the name of the terrorist Derek Williams is sought through my documentation on YouTube with simultaneity. Impulsible light activity scans across the Tracy Banks's living room, across the ceiling. And this is the same place where you'll see the fake sun over the same building right now. I just took pictures of that as well. It's, by the way, it's 5:08 p.m. So you'll see in the Google Drive, as I always do, I document what I'm doing, where I'm at, when the entity is engaging in what is monitoring. And psychological torture, which is occurring through the guise of what is stalking with amplified audible activity under the 9:37 a.m. fake sun, like I documented in the kitchen, stalking with what is impossible light activity under what is the fake sun that I documented moments ago, which you will see at what is 4:41 p.m. And this is the same building where the Ontario Police Department, the demon-possessed, who engage in what is terrorism with impossible light activity, not only by stalking me in helicopters while they're flying over my head on video at 10:54 in the morning. It's 4:41 p.m. where this apartment building, which is also additional proof that engineered light is scanning across Tracy Banks' apartment. Now, I'm going through a thorough analysis, but I've already proven that impulsible light activity that is dynamic is a fact. But I'm going through the fact that it is also proven by virtue of the fact that even the Ontario Police Department are stalking me on video while the fake sun is over the top of my head at 10:54 in the morning, and it's still over the same apartment building where the Ontario Police Department are proven to be stalking one specific person that also has a body of evidence of that supernatural occurrence, which you'll see at 4:41 p.m., that the fake sun is still over the same apartment building in alignment to me as I stand at the same front door, where the demon-possessed who are being researched in my documentation, which is also online, that is under surveillance, and with simultaneity to researching terrorists and sex offenders and psychopaths like Derek Williams of the demonic terrorist organization, the Ontario Police Department. This is when engineered light scans across the demon Tracy Banks's living room, across the ceiling in the living room. And while this happens, I am taking a picture of it. So you'll see at what is 5:07 p.m. You'll see description contains Derek Williams, because that's what I'm looking up in my YouTube videos with regard to documenting Derek Williams's engagement and the entity's engagement with his theft of my vehicle on October 2nd, 2019, following me from the Ovid Family Community Library, where the Ontario Police Department has engaged in what is kidnapping upon criminal summoning by the same entity, by the way. And from that library, the entity that was gang stalking me at this same apartment where the fake sun is remaining as a matter of duration of time, just showing you how demon-possessed the entire department is, not only Derek Williams, but also Mike Lorenz and everybody associated with the Ontario Police Department. These are demons who are unveiled and unmasked as what are terrorists, domestic terrorists in the United States, where the law enforcement is engaging in what is terrorism and stalking, monitoring, and psychological torture through doing things as absurdly wicked and criminal and terrorizing as stalking stalking. And stalking is only proven when you are demonstrating, well, not only because I documented them stalking on October 2nd, 2019. They're literally remaining over me, and it is not impossible to prosecute for harassment and stalking even while someone is using a helicopter. The entity has never been prosecuted for that because the entity is gang stalking. So that's why it hasn't happened. But you are, as I document, fully capable of prosecuting any stalker, including a stalker that is stalking you in a helicopter. But the entity is engaging in what is gang stalking in that environment where the sun sits over one building, like I documented today, the demons of the Ontario Police Department, having a demon fly over my head, stalking me specifically, where the fake sun is still present. Let's count 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 6 hours later over the same apartment building. This is the inside of the apartment where engineered light is scanning across the defendant, Tracy Banks's ceiling. At the same time, by the way, that I'm researching all the videos where I mentioned the terrorist Derek Williams, who was the former chief over the corrupt gang stalker, the Ontario Police Department, who is still corrupt and who was still gang stalking, who was still filled with a bunch of demons engaging in criminal surveillance and resorting to such tactics such as stalking with impossible light activity and stalking via helicopter when they're keeping me under surveillance and are aware of what it is that I'm doing on my communication devices. Recall, it's this morning at 10:53 a.m. when I'm taking a screenshot of the fake sun over this apartment building at 4:04 p.m. on what is May 15th, 2025, and the fake sun that's over the top of my head this morning, which is at what is approximately 9:37 a.m. And this is the moment when the demons of the Ontario Police Department engage in what is amplified helicopter activity and pacing in the sky space, flying over my head by helicopter, and doing so at the apartment where I have thoroughly documented this strip of sidewalk where the sun rises and sets, never being in Florida, by the way, under this documentation. And this is how you're plucking out a demon-possessed terrorist organization that goes around murdering people in the name of what is an Ontario Police Department, goes around kidnapping people in the name of an Ontario Police Department, goes around threatening and terrorizing people in the name of the Ontario Police Department. And they do that as they are gang stalking, by the way, with even the people of the state, who are equally diabolical. They are bloodthirsty, predatory, sex-offending, demon-possessed stalkers, while they engage in targeting with a corrupt police department like the Ontario Police Department. That's the significance of stalking with the possible light activity. And I'm going to remind you, which is what I attached to the podcast video, is the playlist where you will see the Ontario Police Department stalking. That's traditional stalking, as they follow me in a helicopter from the Ontario Ovitt Family Community Library, which is at 215 East C Street in Ontario, California, to what is 713 North Vine Avenue, the location where my vehicle was stolen from by this same corrupt department, in concert with the demons such as the Estelle Kennedy Law Corporation, Danielle Couture Little, who engaged in who was being protected on YouTube, where videos are concealing that law office as a facilitating venue, the significance of showing you what is a fake sun that's remaining over me when I'm in Upland, California. And I'm reminding you about that entity that is at a corrupt facilitating venue that happens to be where the practice of law is underway with regard to criminal activity as well. And the entity is engaging in this theft of property through the corrupt courts, who engaged in theft of my vehicle with this corrupt police department. And this is what is so absurd about the entity that is suppressing my evidence on the internet, and the necessity of understanding the significance of me showing you the fake sun and that related content on YouTube, so that you can see that related content and recognize what's remaining over the apartment building in Ontario all day long, and what can never be the sun over the law office, the unprofessional law corporation of what is Estelle and Kennedy. That's in Upland, California, like I documented. I went through a screen recording regarding that, how YouTube is a third party suppressing my content on the venue of the internet where surveillance is underway. So that is a very specific crime. It's nothing that's accidentally happening. It is pursuant to real-time knowledge, and the entity that's engaged in the P.O.C. throughout California includes Google, and it also includes what's online, which is, on the internet, which is a facilitating venue. The entity is engaging in this while while the fake sun is remaining over the apartment building. And over this apartment building is where the fake sun is remaining for the duration of the day. While the demons of the Ontario Police Department flew away, that fake sun remained over me, identifying demons that are in aircraft, stalking like every other third party, including Tracy Banks. While she walks away, drives away, that fake sun remains over me. It's the identification of all the demons who are together stalking. The Ontario Police Department engaging in what is stalking traditionally, as I have the evidence to prove that, and I also have the evidence to prove that they're demons who are gang stalking, which is the satanic targeting system that is committed with malice in furtherance of the ongoing conspiracy to murder and kidnap someone via criminal defamation. The entity is very foolish in gang stalking, where the person, that is myself, both the targeted individual and the federal prosecutor who is documenting their satanic behaviors, which is designed to keep someone under surveillance and psychologically torture them. And this is relevant to Derek Williams being a gang stalker as well. The same pattern of conduct. As I document, as I identify a demon, the entity amplifies audible activity like it's doing in Unit 55, who is not causing the ceilings and the walls to crack. Neither is sunlight shooting through any window or door crack or peephole or through any underneath the covered patio structure outside, or while the front door is open. Either is any light going to scan across the ceiling like it did when the demon Derek Williams is researched in my YouTube videos in order to identify where else I documented him by name. And the demons that are aware of that immediately engage in what is a triggering a reaction, stalking me, terrorizing me, psychologically torturing me, criminally interfering with quiet enjoyment in doing so via impossible light activity. Okay, and in the same way, I don't have to make up that the police department is stalking me. I don't have to make up things like a fake sun. I don't have to make up things like police departments following me around in helicopters. I certainly don't have to make up the fact that Derek Williams is literally a demon by virtue of the demonic behaviors occurring, the demonic events happening, while I identify that demon by name on my communication device. It's currently 5:18 p.m. What you will pay attention to is the playlist that I'm going to attach to the podcast for today, because I referenced it in the video. The entity engaged in what is gang stalking me and stalking, as it's traditionally defined and understood, where you are prosecuting the government for stalking. The government has documented stalking me from the library to back to Vine Avenue and G Street on the night of October 2nd, 2019, where this same corrupt entity stole my vehicle and did so via fictitious exercise of authority under the law. And this is exactly the type of malicious iterations of targeting that a corrupt gang stalking government engages in when it seeks to target someone, oppress them, obstruct justice, criminally defame their character. Essentially just make their life hard. And then it is supported and facilitated and aided by corrupt attorneys, corrupt judges, and corrupt courthouses. And that is what the documentation shows in my prosecution against the entity that is gang stalking. It is referred to as Erica Lorraine Spencer v. Bill and Wags. And that is the entity that engaged in what is the unlawful theft of my personal property and the denial to legal relief that I am entitled to, not only because the entity is gang stalking me, but because even the law and the rules of the court required me justice in the way that I sought it in my case that I prosecuted for purposes of merely documentation, because you will not be, you cannot have your grievances redressed in the gang stalking courts, which the state of California has for your benefit demonstrated, which is also speaking to the necessity of federal prosecution. It is 5:20 p.m. This is P.O.C. of impossible light activity. This is, again, Daryl J. Carter's problem. I'm going to prosecute for all the ways in which criminal interference with quiet enjoyment is committed by an entity that's engaging in surveillance via the apartment complex. The apartment complex's employees, the residents, the people coming onto the grounds of the property, which the apartment complex is facilitating and enabling, welcoming, while the system of surveillance gang stalking is underway, which is terrorism and psychological torture. It's also an egregious sex offense committed by a public entity. All right, it is currently 5:20 p.m. This is P.O.C. All right, Tracy Banks is gang stalking with Ontario Police, and there they are flying over. That's the fake sun. While the Ontario Police and the Ontario International Airport, they're trying to flee. They just flew over the apartment building. They're doing so while I'm capturing engineer light on Tracy Banks' living room. She's stalking in the path. She's right there in the parking lot with her brake lights on. She's gang stalking with Ontario PD. She's doing so while inside of the apartment. Impossible light scanning across her ceiling as I research Derek Williams, who's engaged in the same state surveillance that the Ontario Police has been engaged in since as a matter of documentation since 2018. This is the same apartment building. This is light activity speaking to the immediacy of the fake sun. This is the same apartment where they're flying over my head while it's over the top of my head at 10:54 in the morning. That's called relevant positioning by a gang stalking police department. It's all impossible light. And this is again witnessing Tracy Banks, who's going to a mental asylum for gang stalking her daughter, whom she's criminally defaming with the Ontario Police. So understand, the Ontario Police officers are going to federal prison. Tracy Banks is going to be subject to confinement, and the sun's not going to be over the same building where it was right here at what was 10:54 a.m. when those demons flew over my head. While they fly over the apartment, the entity is amplifying the sound of helicopter activity, and Tracy Banks is stalking in the path just like that demon is. That's called light activity when you're in engineered light under a fake sun that's over the same building. That's the significance of keeping it over an apartment complex. Tracy Banks hurried home, left her vehicle in the parking lot with the hazard lights on, walked inside, molested me with engineered light in doing so, and then is pacing inside of the apartment, and then she walks back. That's what you'll see in the pictures. She walks back to the vehicle that has hazard lights on, and she's doing so while I capture this impossible light activity in images. This is my shadow appearing at a distance away from me, and there's more than one of them. Where I'm at, I'm standing apart, a distance away in the living room, and this is all shade. This is what the Ontario Police are gang stalking in. And they're doing so with knowledge of what I'm documenting. So that is they're already surrounded with a case for gang stalking as a department. They're exposed for what are being demons, engaging in public corruption with Tracy Banks, who is gang stalking her daughter that she seeks to criminally defame and murder. She is doing so with the entity that is being documented in real time. So that's not only the gang stalker, the terrorist, but that's the gang stalker and terrorist that knows that they're being documented. The absence of coincidence of my shadows appearing on the inside under a covered structure, under an idle fake sun that has nothing to do with what is engineered light that manifests out of nowhere. Tracy Banks, 9HUZ740, is gang stalking. She walks into the apartment, turns these lights on, paces in the apartment, and then walks back outside, monitoring with the Ontario Police, engaging in what is a documented act of retaliation, just like she did with Eric Spencer. And moments after she leaves, the entity flies over by helicopter. Eric Spencer is going to federal prison. All right, he's gang stalking with this witch that's spiritually attacking, and these demons that are engaging in witchcraft with her, the Ontario Police Department, both under the corrupt leadership of that demon Derek Williams and the current corrupt leadership of that demon Mike Lorenz. They're both done with law enforcement, and they are engaging in the pattern of conduct, and they're to be disbanded. Their obsession with stalking me and monitoring, and they're also violent sex offenders keeping my genitalia under surveillance with this predator, this pedophile Tracy Banks, who is gang stalking, is going to be appropriately labeled. This is impossible light under the fake sun while she's monitoring walking in the apartment. P.O.C. Alrighty, your shadow's not going to appear at a distance inside of the apartment. This is malice, just like what you demonstrated when you are on a communication device in that engineer light in the building where the sun is remaining over it for 11 hours in the day. And this is again the psychopaths that are threatening your life and safety. This same duo of psychopaths, the Ontario Police, in concert with the corrupt courts, engaged in what is theft of my property, engaged in what is defamation of my reputation, engaged in what is the fraudulent and criminal tactics of trying to secretly control my life and my life circumstances, unbeknownst to me, because of course you can't do that to somebody who's a licensed attorney and somebody who could litigate you out of the room when I speak, and if I knew about it, and now that I'm exposing it, that's why they're going to prison. That's not a civil violation. That's not an accident committed by a court. That is the pattern of conduct of seeking to criminally defame while their mental illness is being shared. They're both together as a police department and as a population. That's what this demon walking in the apartment represents. This is somebody of the population whose name I know, and that's just putting her more securely in what is a federal facility. That's going to be a mental asylum in particular. 10:54 a.m. and what is 5:44 p.m. Mike Lorenz is directly acting with regard to targeting me specifically, as my documentation already shows. That fake sun being over me for the duration of the day, which never in the natural environment even arrived in Florida or in Texas or in Northern California over Eric Spencer. The entity is gang stalking. Gang stalking your relatives equals federal prison. It's the diabolical level of malice as well. You are maliciously and intentionally criminally defaming the targeted individual whom you are targeting targeting with that government, and furtherance of murder and kidnapping in the specific environment is what supports and proves that. This is P.O.C. That's Ontario Police gang stalking video under the fake sun that's remaining over the building where the demon possessed over 55 unemployed and gang stalking on a ceaseless basis, and in the ways in which I'm documenting on an ongoing basis. Also surveillance on the video of the internet. This is P.O.C. Alrighty, the video that you just listened to is evidence of the obsession with my genitalia that is exhibited by the government. This is the obsession with me as a person, the inexplicable and also mentally demented obsession with me, while stalking by a police department, which is stalking by a state, stalking by the entire city. Stalking is shared by that population. So while you're showing the police department stalking you and monitoring you, you're showing the population that is stalking and monitoring you as well. And that's the foolishness of flying over my head under a fake sun. That is essentially a landmark at 10:54 in the morning, and that fake sun is over the same property in alignment to me, while again the demon that's in the vehicle at the opposite end of the parking lot, removing the vehicle with light activity as a means of, and then coming in the apartment and pacing around like a psychopath, and then walking back outside while the same police department in that specific environment is stalking again on video, with knowledge that their stalking is a matter of evidence to document and prosecute not only that department, but a lot of kidnappers that are documented as well, and also the people of the state. And this is how you are understanding mental illness is being unveiled, and also malice and an intent to murder and defame, obsessive and delusional efforts at this point with regard to that evidence. And the entity to even use a helicopter in the sky space is nothing other than for the purpose of activity creation monitoring, pursuant to specific knowledge about what I'm doing as I'm doing it, and also as I'm documenting my shadow on the inside of this living room, the same living room where the defendant is on video crossing path, and the defendants are on video crossing path in helicopter, monitoring together under a fake sun that's remaining over me, that does not move while they fly away, that does not move while they drive away. That's why the fake sun is over me at the same apartment, by the way, in video, where the police are exposing the criminal co-conspirator in state targeting, which is committed for purposes of murder and kidnapping and theft, profit. That is the Ontario Police Department. And their demon possession, as well as their criminal engagement in targeting, is on full display. And that's going toward the malice of criminally defaming me. You're targeting someone and engaging in what is malice, malicious conduct, and it is the criminal misuse of adjudications, anything where my name has been defamed, and they've done this not only by kidnapping me, but also behind my back, because they've never had me a part of any sort of court hearings, never spoke to me about any sort of conservatorships, power of attorneys, these sorts of things where necessarily a promiscuous high school graduate would resort to such tactics with the demon-possessed police department that is engaging in an ongoing pattern of conduct to secretly and mysteriously falsely depict my character while I'm doing things such as living on my own, going to college, going to law school, financing my own education, and living on my own, going about my career until I find out that I'm being subject to systematic harassment. I've gone through how that's working, but the entity is gang stalking you, targeting you, and all of your life circumstances, while in the background seeking to use that as a means of creating an illusion of mental illness. You're going to federal prison for that. The entity not only engages in gang stalking like you see with the police department, remember that same police department has engaged in very heavily documented acts of criminal defamation. You are criminally defaming the one that you intend to kidnap, meaning you're trying to depict that person on paper as being mentally ill so that you can keep them against their will when they suffer no mental illness whatsoever. And the entity knows that because the entity is gang stalking you. That's what's relevant. In addition to gang stalking in the first place, this particular gang stalker, the Ontario Police, Mike Lorenz, Tracy Banks, the people of the state have engaged in repeated acts of kidnapping and criminal defamation in concert with the people of the state like Eric Spencer, who are going to federal prison. All right, the entity is providing evidence why they will not be getting out of facilities where they're going to be prosecuted, and there's not going to be any question, and you're not going to be able to gossip and throw around any witchcraft in order to avoid what are facts that Satan cannot stand. In fact, when you deal with facts, those demons manifest more, and that's where I get video of demons flying around in circles over me and around me for 20 minutes, for 47 minutes, okay, for 10 minutes in the specific environment, because I speak regarding facts, and the demons are always relying on illusions. Those illusions are hollow, as I show you the environment where unmistakable stalking and targeting is underway, and it's done by those who you are related to. Because I don't want to say that I'm close. I'm not close to Tracy Banks. I'm physically in proximity where she is being documented for gang stalking. This is domestic terrorism, and you are engaging in gang stalking your daughter, your relative, your spouse, your whoever, because you want to murder them and kidnap them. And the people of the state in California, this is what the entity is doing, placing essentially lottery, treating human beings like there's a lottery on their life, and they're being targeted in this surveillance system. And they are being defamed, and their property is being taken from them. It's being kept under the control of malicious psychopaths who are demons, by the way, and they're engaging in this targeting system. And this targeting system is relying upon what is criminal defamation. But I just want to be clear, the entity is flying over in helicopter. That's what you'll see if you go to the YouTube channel at the P.O.C. You go to the P.O.C. website at thisisthepoc.wordpress.com, and you will see license 9HUZ740 Tracy Banks, and she was doing the same thing with Eric Corey Spencer, license JABO, on the communication device, which you heard on podcast. That same third party, Eric Spencer, and this same one, Tracy Banks, are specifically engaged in criminally defaming my character, and I am more highly educated than both of them. I am more professional. They're common criminals. They're thieves. They are like I've stated, liars. They're mendacious. They engage in fraudulent, deceitful acts and targeting innocent people like myself, and I am the one that's going to prosecute them. Their character is speaking to what they are likely to engage in, and the evidence is proving what they're actually guilty of. But I want to speak to, this is the violence, and this is the harms, and this is the threat posed by the people of the state who are gang stalking their relatives, they're gang stalking their peers, they're gang stalking their co-workers, they're gang stalking their fellow church members, they're gang stalking the civilian population, where you are a trusted government public official and you're gang stalking the American people. And this is what the city of Ontario is engaging in, targeting me and doing it with the people of the state. All right, so it is currently 5:52 p.m. This video documentation is all published online, and the entity is stalked with amplified noise at 5:52 p.m. where the Ontario police is gang stalking. Everyone in this building is going to prison, as surely as you see the fake sun at 5:40 p.m. and at 10:54 a.m. and the fake sun is over me, over this building, and the Ontario police are gang stalking with this same apartment building. And Linda Reyes is going to federal prison as well. You see her gang stalking with her co-defendant Tracy Banks, her co-defendants inside of this building where the fake sun's over me while she's gang stalking in the clubhouse at 8:49 in the morning, and the demons of the Ontario PD begin flying in a circle, exhibiting their mental illness so that it's not hidden. You also know that they're mentally ill because a fake sun remains over me while they're engaging in what is the pattern of pacing in a helicopter pursuant to monitoring and hostility, because I'm documenting demons like Linda Reyes who are going to federal prison for engaging in psychological torture. And it's even documented while I am creating the evidence. The demons do it while I am in real time, fully capable of reciting, oh, there's impossible light activity, while I'm capturing the video, while I'm capturing the podcast. This is what you're looking at under an idle fake sun that sits over the apartment building for 11 hours. The video evidence is showing the Ontario Police Department that Tracy Banks is gang stalking me with, threatening me with, psychologically torturing me with, harassing me with, as a psychopath that walks into her apartment, monitoring and doing so. And with knowledge of the fact that it's documented and still engaging in it, this is the same witch that is engaging in what is spiritually attacking and also gang stalking with the population, including her family members and all of those whom she is associating with on her communication devices, as they share in the elements of monitoring and federal stalking surveillance via communication devices. And they're doing so in real time while the entity is filling this apartment with amplified noise, doing so with impossible light activity at the moment that I research Derek Williams' name in my on my YouTube channel, just to see all the videos that I documented this terrorist in with regard to the Ontario Police Department gang stalking throughout 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, and 2022. This entity is engaging in what is real-time surveillance, and that surveillance is pursuant to what is monitoring. That's the significance of the helicopter in the sky space where the sun is sitting over the same building for what is 11 hours, from sunrise until sunset. Today I documented it at 10:54 in the morning, a gang stalking by helicopter, and what I'm documenting in the evening, where you are looking at, what you'll see is captured at, let me see, that time of that video is at 5:45 p.m. So that is 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, Tracy Banks is arriving under the fake sun 7 hours later and is doing so with knowledge and intent to be a psychopath and pace inside of the apartment with her hazard lights on in the parking lot. And the fake sun is over the building 7 hours after the entity flew over my head and flew in circles while the fake sun was over the top of my head. It's over the same building where she is then walking out into the parking lot, and a demon that has her back to me but knows that I'm documenting, because you're dealing with the demon possessed, and I'm also proven what their knowledge is while they engage in their demonic behavioral pattern, which is psychopathic as well. The entity is flying over by helicopter while I'm inside, capturing 2 shadows of myself upright on the living room wall. That's impossible light activity as well. It's as impossible as the fake sun being over the same apartment building where that police department is proven to be targeting, gang stalking, and exhibiting severe mental illness in doing so, and presenting very weighty, powerful evidence against the co-defendants throughout the state of California, but also specifically those that are going to prison in this entire building, all units 49 through 64, and the adjacent building 33 through 48. They're all going to prison for this terrorism that I am capturing in order to educate the public, but also to prosecute the U.S. government. It is 5:56 p.m. on May 16, 2025. This is P.O.C. All right, I want to clarify, well, not clarify, I want to hone in on the specific iteration of the P.O.C., how it is executed and how the people of the state, like Tracy Banks, are engaging in it in concert with the government that is already in a position, in relevant position, monitoring, and then engaging in what is simultaneous reactionary activity creation as I'm documenting. So what you will see is the people of the state inside of the apartment at 5:32 p.m. in my face and speaking to me while I have headphones on. And in the same way that I can't hear her while I have headphones on and she's in my face, I also would not be able to hear her closing the microwave, opening the refrigerator, putting something in the trash. But when this demon is stalking in the spirit and she's spiritually attacking, engaging in the demonic conduct of amplifying what she's doing, that's a witch, that's a demon whose physical, natural behavior is not as loud as it's made when they're engaging in what is that satanic method of targeting you. That's also occurring because the entity seeks to falsely depict your character, and that's only accomplished when the entity is not documented. But nonetheless, this demon is in my face. As you can see, Tracy Banks at 5:32 p.m. She walks in the apartment monitoring me and is getting in my face to monitor me because I'm not addressing her when she walks in. All she's doing is gang stalking. So I let her do that, and I document because I'm prosecuting. She's going to a mental asylum, but nonetheless, you'll see her at 5:32 p.m. The Ontario Police is gang stalking with her while in doing so. The engineered light that is thick and broad across the same wall that it was this morning, that it is in the dark before the fake sun even quote unquote rises over the same apartment building. It is present at 5:33 p.m. Tracy Banks walks in, she's pacing in the apartment, and then you'll see me documenting her crossing path, walking outside. The sidewalk is covered in what is engineered light. She's monitoring and doing so. You can see the trajectory of the light as well. The light fixture on the wall, the elongated shadow of that light fixture across that wall, that's speaking to immediacy of the fake sun that this demon Tracy Banks is walking under and monitoring me. Not actually focused on accomplishing anything such as loading and unloading, forgetting something, coming in the house and getting all they're doing. That's why a fake sun is over the building, because it's supposed to be the guise for which, what's the reason for light being over everything. But then you're even getting behind that unintelligent disguise, because sunlight isn't caused by the sun that sits over one apartment building like I'm documenting for 11 hours. And also because then what's the question of what is over you in Texas? What is over the very hot state of Nevada all day long, while one sun that I'm documenting is not moving, it's remaining over the building. And also the sun, regardless of the argument of this being what is a demonic imitation of the natural environment by the demons who are engaging in what is targeting surveillance in this country, they are in engineered light that creates multiple shadows, just like I'm documenting inside of the apartment. But nonetheless, you'll see this demon Tracy Banks at 5:38 p.m. She's crossing path and monitoring and doing so after she comes into the apartment, pacing around, and you will see the significance of what she's doing while she walks in, talks to me, turns on the lights, walks back and forth, and then walks back outside and the vehicle hazard lights are on as she does so. She is monitoring, and I'm also showing you the significance of that scene is because the fake sun is over the same building, which you'll see in the image captured at 5:39 p.m. I'm capturing the P.O.C. as it's underway by a relative of mine. This is someone that is targeting, and this is the malice of that system of gang stalking through strangers, the system of gang stalking through your relatives, the system of gang stalking through your spouse, through your peers or whoever it is. That's the purpose of it, because those are the ones that are in a position that would assert that you're mentally ill because you claim things like your mom is stalking you. How is she stalking you? That's your mom. You know her. What do you mean? She's that narrative is designed to criminally defame. And this is what the demon possessed are engaging in. And that is speaking to the sickness of the psychopaths that engage in targeting in such manners. And it is, in fact, what the case is when the entity, regardless of relation, familial relation, regardless of status between the target individual, the status is that there's a stalker and there's the one who's being stalked. And that's proven in that environment. That's there for that purpose. And Tracy Banks is walking under that fake sun. So that spectacular evidence at 5:39 p.m. in that image that I'm capturing. As I get the close-up of the hazard lights showing you what is facilitation, all of the city of Ontario is monitoring while she's stalking in the path, like I've documented so many other third parties doing the exact same thing under the exact same circumstances. And this is understanding the significance of HD supply, stalking with light activity under a fake sun at 10:46 in the morning, like I'm documenting on May 14, 2025, and the fake sun being over the same apartment building at what is moments later at 5:45 p.m. where the entity is gang stalking by helicopter. That's the purpose of what the government is doing. Now, the helicopter arrival, I want to be clear because I'm documenting. I'm catching Tracy Banks up in all manner of documentation, and as I do so, she is gang stalking, and this is a demon who's focused on me while you see the back of her person facing toward me. She's not looking at me. Neither does the demon have to look at you. The demon doesn't have to speak to you. The demon doesn't have to know you. The demon doesn't have to be related to you. It's a population that's engaging in that POC, and the population is witnessing its co-defendant that is a liability to all of them while Tracy Banks is being prosecuted. And the entity is engaging in this. And so while I capture her gang stalking in the path, creating light activity by her person in that engineer light under the idle fake sun at Woodside, also using the vehicle as a means of light activity, which is demonic, very demonic. The demons are always stalking with the method of light activity, and the entity is doing so while they're engaging in what is monitoring. You are stalking when you're monitoring. You are stalking in your apartment home, in your house, or at your place of work when you are monitoring, which is government conduct. It's unlawful under all circumstances. And the entity lacks the ability to appreciate that because they're demon possessed, they're psychopathic, they're obsessed, and also because they lack also a legal skill set in understanding the legal theory behind prosecuting their demonic system, which they also don't understand that well either while they're engaging in it, and they don't understand how they've been surrounded with laws to prosecute it in the physical, which is again the utter and absolute and complete comprehensive defeat of Satan and all of his minions. Okay, who are not powerful because there's a lot of them having sex with each other and relying on ineffective voodoo. That doesn't make a champion in Christ. It doesn't. It does not make any spiritual power or authority. I will call the demons out by syllables, okay? And it includes Tracy Banks, who's walking under a fake sun at 5:39 p.m. And as I capture what is the fake sun at 5:39 p.m. in 12 seconds while she's walking to her vehicle that has its hazard lights on, you'll see at 5:39 p.m. in 33 seconds, my shadow is appearing out of nowhere in the shade, in the environment where there's no light and there's no sun, in a position to create my shadow inside of her apartment in the living room, opening the patio glass door. That is also covered in shade as you look outside, which I take pictures of at 5:39 and 5:39 p.m. in 33 seconds and at 36 seconds. And I'm showing you what is the shadow, the light activity, speaking to the significance of what is then immediately following as I capture that probative evidence, that damning evidence, which infuriates a psychopath such as Tracy Banks, who knows that she's being documented. Her knowledge is attributed to the gang stalking by the Ontario police, which is happening seconds later at 5:40 p.m. and 8 seconds. This is second by second documentation, and this is where the entity is rapidly flying over the apartment building. That's what's rumbling as I capture pictures of my shadow appearing inside inside of this defendant's apartment, the same defendant that you hear jolly and happy-go-lucky, that's audible activity of a delusional psychopath who necessarily maintains this outward demeanor of being nonchalant, of being carefree, while they're being literally massacred with regard to facts and legal reasoning and identifying through documentation the pattern of conduct. And the demon-possessed are engaging in that. It's just that it's unpersuasive and it's more probative of a mental illness than it is anything relevant to. It's nothing remotely close to. In fact, it's impossible to be innocent in the specific environment unless you are the targeted individual. You're engaging in surveillance. That's why the fake son is over the same apartment building 6 hours later. Okay, but this is the psychopath with multiple personalities. This is what you're hearing her and Eric Spencer exhibit under the fake son, and they're monitoring me this morning, and they're monitoring, and Tracy Banks is monitoring while she's in that apartment, and she knows. But regardless of her knowledge, you're going to get to what she's doing. She's monitoring with the Ontario police, who were already in relevant position monitoring me. That is stalking and keeping me under surveillance in concert with the people of the state as Tracy Banks facilitates that, walking into the apartment, leaving her vehicle hazard lights on. I capture the fake son over the same apartment building that it was this morning. I capture my shadow manifesting in the shade, in the dark living room, which is a supernatural occurrence. And as I capture that damning evidence, the infuriated demons who are sharing that criminal pattern of conduct fly over in helicopter where they were already monitoring, while the entity itself were maintaining the elements of monitoring on their own. Helicopter activity is a threatening means of engaging in the elements of monitoring, where, in other words, the demons that are a part of the city police department who are gang stalking then participate directly in that pattern of conduct. And it's not coincidentally seconds and milliseconds after I'm capturing the fake son, the light activity, the stalking in the path, and the impossible light activity inside of the apartment. And then the Ontario police fly over in relevant position, and they are doing so as it is also vibrating the apartment. I'm only stepping outside to get them gang stalking, and fleeing is stalking in the path. Fleeing is audible activity creation. Fleeing is gang stalking under the fake sun. They can engage in flying right over my head in circles. They can engage in flying over the building and flying quickly away. It is relevant positioning, audible activity, and light activity pursuant to federal stalking online and on the venue of the internet, includes communication devices, and it's inherent to what the people of the state are engaging in. And that's why they're going to prison in this apartment building as well. So I wanted to hone in on that because that's what you'll see when you're looking at the timestamps of the pictures that go into then the video, and then you're juxtaposing what the LAPD is doing at this time of year, which is gang stalking me in helicopter in that specific environment, which is impossible to coexist when you're analyzing and comparing what the entity is doing with what the natural environment dictates. And it will never include what is not the sun at the same time of year in an entirely different region, also from the beginning until the end of the day. And that doesn't change when the entity is covering up the fake sun, as the LAPD and the Ontario Police Department, the entity itself, is engaging. The fake sun documentation is showing you what is a malicious guise for targeting and surveillance, which is crucial to recognizing the environment. That's what the fake sun documentation is about. The fake sun is a fact. That's not the natural environment. The sun doesn't sit over one building for 11 hours. That's not the natural environment. So that is a fact. And that fact is for you to understand and logically follow with regard to what is ongoing 24 hours a day. It's surveillance. Even when that fake sun is covered up in what is a cloudy day. And that's what you are seeing the entity engage in as well. That's why you have still gang stalking ongoing at nightfall, by the way. It's not only during the day where the fake sun is showing. It's not limited to when the fake sun is up. And this is the entity that is still, again, witnessing exposure and engages in the same exact pattern of conduct while the fake sun is covered up. Where engineered light remains, where stalking with light remains ongoing. And amplified audible activity remains. Federal stalking pursuant to communication devices and online remains underway. The entity is pigeonholed with regard to nothing other than what it is that the evidence shows. This is stalking and the ability to identify stalking in that specific environment. And once you capture that, there is no getting out of that. You can never erase or separate yourself from that environment. That is supernatural, meaning no person can create that. I cannot create that. circumstance. That's the significance of that demonic environment where demonic behavior is designed to monitor, which is surveil an American citizen. Doing so with your family is speaking to those family members going to prison and mental asylums. And that's Tracy Banks's inevitable demise for gang stalking me in the first place, and then having the audacity to falsely depict my character with a bunch of demons who practice law, who sit in courtrooms, engaging in this targeting system as a way of supporting themselves and promoting their careers in law enforcement and in the legal field. And while the people of the state, such as the unemployed at Woodside Senior Apartments and those that are working for domestic terrorists like AVANATH Capital Management, which is what Linda Reyes and the employees represent, they are also rewarded. And this is serving for a lot of the policies that serve to aid the American. When I'm getting to, when you're exposing public corruption and you're understanding how the government programs serve what is a corrupt society that's engaging in surveillance, this is how it's incentivized by benefiting that public, by providing them money in one way or another, them being benefited in their careers and their income levels and their life circumstances in one way or another. The entity is engaging in this pattern of conduct, and the entity is designed in a position to derive a benefit, regardless of what that benefit is. And the demon possessed, who are nothing other than cockroaches in the spirit, they will gang stalk somebody for 55 cents. They are demon possessed. This is the wicked who are being exposed, and they're also being prosecuted. But understand the significance of that. I wanted to go through that analysis, and you will see that as I'm narrating it, and you can literally pull up and the pictures and look at what I'm talking about. I'm kicking this picture, then this picture, then this picture. You can see the fake sun as I take that picture. You can see my two shadows on the living room wall as I take that picture. Immediately the entity is sounding helicopter activity, and you were already there stalking and monitoring with Tracy Banks as I was taking those pictures. And that is speaking to the demon that is Tracy Banks, who also knows, while she keeps her back to me, she also knows that she is going to a mental asylum, as I've been telling her that for years, as she's been keeping my documentation that she also sought to steal and misrepresent as hers. And it's not your documentation. You're not the target individual when you drive away and are gone for the duration of the day, and that fake sun remains over me, and the entity is flying over me in that specific environment. And that psychopath is also engaging in what is surveillance and the malicious pattern of conduct as well. This is the P.O.C. It's 6:16 p.m.